Right, I think we're live. I think we're on air, dear. What? What are you laughing at?
Failed Muso. Is
Oh.
he doing his hair and eyeliner?
Oh, yeah. I wish. I wish. Good grief. Well, hello, everybody, if you are out there and you are hearing me.
Oh, God, I'm fat. Oh, well.
What do you mean, God, you're fat? Are we on? Are we on? Let us know. Let us know.
You're right.
Oh, we are. Hello, everybody. Right. Hopefully Fiona can put up the link, and people can come in and talk, sing, tell a joke. No nudity. She's delicate like that. What else? What other things we can talk about? Basically anything you want. So we're all here, ready to go. Music included. So, while we wait for people to come in, I will have a quick swig of virgin's blood. Celibate. So, have we got anybody yet? We've got loads of people, but nobody wants to come and talk yet.
Well, you can talk to yourself, can't you? You usually do that.
Well, I usually do that, yes. That's true. It'd be nice to know actually what it sounds like. I'm getting an echo, but I don't know if anybody else is. There's some stuff going on. Who we got in? Who's there? Oh, we got Inky, Inverted Popes, Sasquatch. Greetings, guys. Andrew, Wagyu. Yeah, Inky. Robbie. And apparently Fleabag.
That's me.
I know that's you.
Oh, okay.
Been with you long enough to know. Waiting for some.
Really?
This is what I like about this. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how Robbie, Dom, and Ben do this. To be honest, it's ridiculous. At the moment, I'm just watching some sad old git just rambling on for no apparent reason.
That's my life.
And then there's me as well. Glad I didn't have the flu jab yesterday.
Yeah, stay off my arm. It's come up bad.
So.
Oh, ring Robbie live and ask. Someone suggested.
What?
Ring what? Robbie. Give him a call. Should I go and get a phone?
I thought he was in the chat room. He's in the chat room. They're waiting for the link. Put up the link.
Ah, I can't.
You can't.
It says you need to get Kent to make you a moderator, then you can post link.
How do we do that?
I don't know.
Come on, Robbie. You know what you're doing.
I keep on posting it. I think you have to copy and paste it in. I'll post it again. But I'm not a moderator, so...
As he said, how do I make you a moderator? Actually,
HTTPS thingy
Actually, wait a minute.
backslash
Let me
backslash
see. Let me
forward
see
slash
if
slash.
that's the
Stevie
link.
on. Say something and then...
See if that's the link, dear. Right, it's gone in. Let's see what happens.
Right, there's something about 3 dots on me to give me a spanner. Click on my icon, mate.
You got icon. When was the last time you posted, dear?
Oh, I'll do it again now.
Oh, dear, I don't know.
Don't know why I put that with
I
you.
don't know.
It's an F.
It's a what?
It's an F.
It's an F. I've not seen anything yet, dear.
Clicking the 3 dots to the right of her name.
Right, okay. Still haven't seen your name.
Come on, it's a blue F with Fleabag.
I haven't got that.
Dimly.
Oh, Robbie's... Oh, we've got a live phone in now.
Need a login code.
Hello?
I'm going to say something in the chat.
Hello.
Right, the link you put on.
Yeah. Yeah, you better turn the other end off. It's mad.
so I'm just going to take that.
Yeah.
The link you put on was the link to your StreamYard account, not the link to the show.
Oh, right, okay. So,
Sorry, guys,
where do I
it's what
find
he
that?
gave me.
So, at the bottom of your screen,
Yeah.
there should be, this is on your StreamYard page, there should be a button that says invite. And you go in there, and
Right.
you see a link, and you just copy to clipboard, and then you paste that, and then you'll be able to join.
Right. I think that just did something.
Right, let me...
Let's see if it pastes out now.
Just gotta wait for it to catch up. There we go. Right.
Right, see if that's happened.
Here we go. I'm coming in. I'm coming in.
Oh, he's coming in. Right, Robbie will be joining us. Oh, there he is. I see something happening.
Oop.
There he be.
Hang on.
Carl says there's a hiss on the mics.
A hiss.
Oh, look at my hair. Shit,
Yeah,
under my hair.
that wouldn't surprise me.
Get a hat.
I know, yeah. I need to...
Well, there's a thingy here, but I don't see Rob.
I get.
You need to...
I don't see. How come I don't see you?
Well, you
The
put me
hell?
up on
I've
screen.
got a blank screen.
I can see you.
Oh, I don't know. Hang on. Let me get
I'll
this
see you
sorted out.
enough.
Yeah, this is awful. Now I can't hear Rob.
Not a bad thing.
I can't hear Rob.
I get.
Oh, good. I can't hear him.
What are you doing?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Hang on a minute.
This worked in the test. What the hell happened? Ah, dear, just
sort
going
my
around
mood
wasting
lighting.
everybody's time now.
Do you want to change the camera?
Why can't I hear Rob?
Oh, you can't hear me, so... Can anybody in the chat room hear me? I know
Yeah.
you can, can't you, Fee? I just wondered if anybody else can, or whether it's just Kent.
No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Rob.
Well, that's just weird.
As soon as I invited you in,
Right.
sound went.
Okay, hang on a sec.
And I don't
It's
know why.
delayed. I'm hearing him after I've seen him speak.
Yeah, well, that's because it's doing a big loop.
That's because you're watching me on YouTube. You're not watching me in StreamYard.
Tom might be able to do something.
Hey!
Fiona,
Right, we're here. Oh, that's a very big picture. There you go. You can see the names
Tom's
there.
in.
use number.
And I
Hang
can't
on.
see them.
Number. Use scene 3.
Why?
You
Scene
see
3. There you go. So now you get everybody's
I've
camera.
got me and nobody else. And
Dom, can you hear me?
But there's no.
I can hear
video.
you perfectly.
Brilliant. So it is just the old git over there.
Yeah, it's
there.
all right. It doesn't really matter, though. It's his show.
Max.
That's true.
So, I mean, we'll just carry on.
Hang on.
Can you
The thing is, if I do this, I'll call him on Messenger.
As soon as I added people, it went.
Wagon thinks I had a wig on. Hello, Carl
Matt
Phoenix.
Evans says StreamYard.
Matt Evans, StreamYard is
on Mac.
supported on
Of course
Mac
it is.
It's you just need
But I've been using
Chrome.
it on this
Safari
Mac
might not
for
work on
months.
a Mac, but it will work on a mobile. It's all supported. I
Yeah.
use Mac all the time with it.
Yeah. Absolutely fine on Mac. I'm going to do this thing, and otherwise, it could be here a long while. Right.
Yeah.
How are you? I don't know what you've been up to.
Oh, you know, just getting over this cold. Seem to be starting off the new year with illness and shit. So,
Oh,
but yeah, no, getting over that. So just preparing for Friday, and
I had enough of that on.
yeah, you had the proper stuff.
Since then, yeah.
Inky
Well,
says
good.
it works on her 2020.
Right, let me just give him
I
a
don't know why it's not
call,
working here, though.
and I'll need to turn my headphones down because otherwise I'll hear myself. Hang on, so here we go.
Robbie's going to call you.
I'm going to call.
Right. Well, what should we do
No,
in the
don't-
meantime while they have a
Hello,
chat?
mate. Right. So you're looking at the StreamYard page, yeah?
Yeah.
And can you see the main screen with the 3 camera shots in?
No, it's me, and then 2 blank spaces saying Dominic and Rob.
Okay, first question. What browser are you using?
Firefox.
Oh, no, it should work with Firefox.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
We've been
'cause-
using this for weeks.
Yeah. So, like, everybody can see us and everybody can hear us.
Oh,
Right.
hey Andy.
And
I'm having my tea.
so at the bottom of your screen, you've got your buttons there, haven't you? Just choose the one that says cam and mic
Yeah.
and go to the audio tab.
Yeah.
So, what have you got set as your microphone and speaker?
That's the audio in system.
Right, so, okay. And if you click the test button to the right of speaker, do you hear anything?
I don't see any.
Hello.
Right, so you've got the settings pop up in the middle of your screen, yeah?
Waving at you
And on the
with a
left-hand side, it says camera, audio, virtual background, hotkeys. Yeah. Then to the right of
Hello,
that, it
Dom.
says
Hello,
mic,
Mrs. Wiggly. Hello, Luna May.
and you've got a little mic symbol.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
And the 5 green dot or 5 dots that turn green when you're talking. Yep. Then underneath that you've got speaker.
No, it says echo cancellation.
Oh, you haven't got speaker. You haven't got a speaker setting.
No.
Well, that's odd.
What the hell is that all about, man?
So you've got echo cancellation, stereo audio, and automatically adjust mic volume, but you haven't got a speaker option.
Inky's asking what you're eating,
Oh, hang
Andy.
on. I think I've just found something. I think I'm getting.
Oh.
I think I'm getting audio now.
Hey, Matt.
Okay, hang on. Right.
Fleabag,
Right.
that's-
Is everybody hearing everybody?
Yeah.
Healthy
You're
options.
having a great time.
Right. Okay. Right. I think I figured out what's wrong.
I'm going to
Me
disconnect
using a
off Messenger.
computer.
But it's picnic, isn't it? It's problem in chair, not in computer.
Yes. Yes. It's me.
Because you might run the wrong way.
Oh, you made me look at it as well.
Should
Yes,
say
it is the
little-
right
yeah,
way
Mr.
round.
Mr. Mrs. and Little, that's a good point.
Evening, Andrew.
Yeah, evening, Robbie.
Let me
Right,
get
Rob.
in.
Yeah, not too
I'm
bad,
going to
mate.
suggest that you call in again as a normal guest using your own link.
I don't know if we can change our name.
Well, yeah, that's a no. No, I seem to have something running now.
Excellent. Well, we can hear you, and you can hear us, and we can see you. Can you see us?
On keyboard.
Yes, I can see you. Look at that.
There you go.
Although,
We've got a show.
yep, that's it. We're
Have
off.
we got a show for you?
Yeah, yeah. Have we? All right, more goat's blood. Hang on.
You realise quite how hard it is now. Quite how insanely brilliant me and Rob are actually at doing this stuff.
Well, I actually got a
Yeah.
message from Kent this morning saying something along the lines of how the bloody hell do you do this every week? And like it really is it's nothing
Muscle
massive.
memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's man, it's crazy.
And you got one of these, haven't you, Kent?
What's that, dear?
One of them Stream Decks.
Yes, I have. I'm still trying to get the computer to work with it.
Oh God.
It's
Have you got one of those, Dom? What do you
Yeah.
use? Yeah.
Yeah, Stream Deck. Yeah.
yeah,
Really.
not one as
They make a bigger one now as well. And you
engorged.
get
That is the
mobile.
big one.
Hi, Luna May.
That is the big one. Yeah, look at that.
You're calling from the
Hiya.
kitchen because you like our kitchen. So here we go.
There's Mrs. Wiggly.
Wrigley's in the background.
That's a fab kitchen. I'd love
Yeah.
a kitchen like that.
Mrs. Wrigley's hard at work
That's
making
about
my dinner.
That's about as big as my ass.
Not really.
Look at that.
Why, how big's your ass, Robbie?
Din dins.
Bonjour.
About that big. About as big as Dom's
Oh,
kitchen.
God, I'm eating things now.
We'll have a wine
we have a
because I don't
cookie
drink. But there you go. Wine.
Does that keep like?
Yeah.
Is it chilled or is it room temperature as well?
Top half for whites and bottom for red.
Chateau.
So it's
Oh, I want one of those.
yeah, except I don't drink.
No, but do you like my larder?
Mrs. Wiggly does. Mrs. Wiggly's
This is
larder.
my favourite.
That is
Oh,
nice.
look at that. She's got
That's
That's
labels
where the
and
OCD
shit.
comes in. It's got boxes with labels in.
Brilliant.
I'm not getting cupboard envy.
Yeah.
That's what I
Sorry,
want.
no, I've got wine fridge envy. That's it. Oh,
Oh no,
Keeps my
she's
fright
seeing it
nice,
now.
Nice and cold.
somebody
Oh,
left all my Christmas
no.
wine. I got loads of wine for Christmas, and they left it out in our conservatory, which is only periodically heated because otherwise it would cost a fortune. And all my red wine got like super chilled. And,
Oh,
horrible.
backwards,
Ugh. It's got to be a proper
Okay,
room.
warm it back up again.
Oh,
Microwave.
yeah, microwave.
Oh, more ghost blood. Nice sound.
All right, Luli's only got 20 minutes before bed, so we're going to say bye, and I'll call back in a bit later if that's okay.
Oh, let's flip it back. Let's ask Luna May questions, and she's got
Yeah,
the answers.
we got to give. Yeah,
Oh, you might have a question. Okay, we got 20 minutes before bed.
Right, Lula May, what colour are my socks?
Oh no, that's a tough one. They're
Blue.
gonna be blue.
No,
They're
Grey.
Black.
no. Oh, they were, but not now.
No socks.
Are they multicoloured?
No,
I think
you're not thinking right here. Come on, Lula
I think I
May,
know what
you're
it
not
is.
you're not
No
thinking right.
Are they white?
What was that, Dom?
Are they no socks? Because she said that.
Oh, that's it.
Point to Luna May. Just smelly feet.
I feel no, they're beautiful. I've had a lovely shower after work. I have to do that just to get rid of the stresses and strains of the day.
Oh, right.
So, no, well, now you know how it feels. Now you know how we feel every Sunday night. Oh,
I've got to think of a question for Luna May.
Come on, Fee, you got one?
I can't hear anything.
All right, and Luna May, I've got one for you. You ready? How many synthesizers have I got in this room?
mental question.
And you're going to have to wait because I need to count them.
How many plugins does that include, Robbie?
No, hardware. Yeah, so actual synthesizers.
100.
Close.
Must be about that many. Evening, Mr. Hilton.
Good evening, or afternoon, if you're where I am.
Good afternoon.
I
Hello,
reckon
buddy.
14.
14 from Mrs. Wiggly. I
Seven.
reckon 13 from
Robbie,
Luna.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and hi, Andy, Lula May,
All right.
Mr. Wiggly, and Mrs. Wiggly.
Hey, Rich.
Right. Actual synthesizers, not including drum machines.
Yeah.
Go on then. How many do you think I've got in this?
13 for Luna, 16 for Mr. Wiggly. 14
You say 13?
30.
Oh, 30. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm thinking 13.
13 from Rich. Hello, Rich, by the way.
Hey, Rob.
I will say 17.
17,
Hello,
13,
everybody.
30. Andy?
What's the question?
I think it's 17. I think
17.
It's definitely
How many
17.
synths has Robbie got in there?
So that's keyboards and module synthesizers. Oh, yeah, sorry, there's one more I've just noticed.
18.
Yeah, so up you get it for one.
14.
22.
You ready? Luna May is actually the closest, so I think she wins. It's 35 in here. Just in here.
God.
Wow.
You've got problems.
Queen.
No, no. I win.
Pretty much all plugged in.
Hey, guess what? I got permission to bring the DX1 indoors today.
Yay!
Hey, there you go.
Excellent.
I need one of my GM modules with the applause patch on there. Don't
Okay, let's say goodbye. Lily's going to go and get ready for bed.
Bye, Lily May.
Lily
Bye,
May.
Dom.
Bye,
Bye,
sweetheart.
Mrs. Wiggly.
Bye-bye.
Sleep well. Sleep
No
well.
doubt, catch you in a minute. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Is that a baboon?
Where?
Is that-
Where's the baboon?
Yeah, but would it beat a badger?
Yeah. Shuffles for hands.
Troublemaker.
Luna May had a baboon.
Did she?
Oh, Sasquatch! I've just noticed. Sasquatch's got very close, 34. Actually, no, it's 36. Sorry,
You're cheating, Robbie.
I've got a problem.
You think? Don't. Synthesizers.
He's creating them.
4.
I give birth to them. Yeah, 4.
I got 4.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, but I've been to your house.
Yes.
Oh,
How many are actually there on the premises?
Well, yeah,
oh, yeah.
there's the on-site and there's the off-site.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's some
the
folks. I'm going to
indoors and
jump out. I've got
the
my dad on the
outdoors.
phone.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
what,
mate.
what was it you called
See you
it,
in a bit.
Darwin? Remote
Bye.
storage.
Remote storage.
Ah,
Yes.
fine.
Andy's had to go. His dad's on the phone.
Is it typical that when you add people into the window, that there's only me and just black screens?
Oh, what, on your StreamYard?
It's a filter I'm using to make sure you don't have to look at me for the next hour.
Oh, come on, darling, you're gorgeous.
Not according to my scale this morning, I'm not.
Uh-oh. Which one, the weighing one or the BMI one?
The weighing one.
Okay.
There's some work to be done here.
Lettuce for you, young man.
Well, it's been.
Oh, oh, okay.
But it'll be.
I don't know if you can see this, but can you make out this?
Is that where
lump?
you punched her?
Yeah. Well, that's what she's going to tell the police anyway. But that's where she had her booster yesterday,
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
and it's come up like a tennis ball.
Nice.
And it's very, very sore, isn't it?
Don't you do that.
That was a bit of a delayed reaction, though. Come on.
Do you remember? I don't know if you had these, Rich, but when we were kids, we used to have the tuberculosis vaccination, and they put it on your arm, and then it would explode, literally explode. And we've all of us, of a certain age, I don't, you can't really pick it out on the camera, have this kind of scar.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I do or not.
They never gave me one.
That
I'm not
explains
sure. I
it.
know I was
Person.
vaccinated for that, but I don't know if I've actually got that. I know what you're talking about. It's like a little
You
circular
saw that, what's
patch.
it? The
Yeah,
BCG.
BCG. Yeah, that's it.
BCG. Yeah.
BCG.
Yeah, well, everybody in the school was having it, and I was waiting for my turn, and it never happened.
Oh,
I never got one.
I got all my vaccinations.
They did the test, and then they said, "No, you're all right. You're immune."
Yeah, because they do like the week before. They used to do a little prick test on your forearm,
Still
and yeah, they thought, yes, you're a little prick.
do. Hello, you're a little prick.
And yeah, depending on how you reacted to that, was whether you needed to have. It was a long time ago
God, yeah,
when they used to give you the polio vaccine on a sugar cube.
yeah. Good God.
They told me it was LSD. That's fine.
That'd
Wait
be
a minute.
cool.
Where's this high they keep going on about?
Yeah.
Oh dear me. So how's the rollie going, Rich?
Going well.
Good.
Love it. It's not currently active, but I could make it active.
Make it active, man.
It's going fine. Well, the thing is, I have to turn the speakers on to do that, so I have to find a way to keep the microphone out of the
Oh,
speakers.
yeah. Start having to mess around with that.
Although, wait a minute, maybe not. Maybe not. Now that I've got this new plugin, this fancy new plugin, maybe I can actually. I wonder if I can do this.
Go for it.
Wow.
Incidentally,
This
while
would be
we're
the
on it,
test.
when was the last time, truthfully, hand on heart, when was the last time you used the Touch Digital Imposca controller
Oh, here in here,
anywhere?
a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it'd be.
I can tell you when it was though, and I know the exact project I used the Imp2 for.
Yeah.
It was a session I had to do for Jerry Barnes for a song they had that they were redoing from their band Juicy. That was called Sugar Free, and they asked me to sort of copy something that they had recorded before, and I used the sound from the M2, which I happily tweaked from my Touch Digital controller and performed from what used to be here.
Yeah. And it still works.
Well, I did that day.
Oh, okay.
It's not something that generally is blessed with full-time access to a USB port at the moment because I don't use Imp2 that often. But were I to launch Imp2 on any of the machines in this room, that thing would be plugged in and ready to go.
Well, I can send you some map files to work with other instruments if you want.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm not that keen to use it for anything other than the way it's designed because it's so.
Isn't it?
Well, it's elegant. It's just so elegant to use because of the way you designed it and how well it mirrors the software experience.
That's a ringtone.
Isn't it? All right, name that tune. I defy anybody.
Wagner?
In any chat room that's listening to this to name that tune.
Is that? Oh, no.
I didn't write that and I didn't record it, so obviously it's not me.
It's not Wagner, is it?
I'll even accept the composer. No, it's not Wagner.
No.
It sounded very.
Ride of the Valkyries.
It did a bit, didn't
No,
it?
it's not Wagner.
No, it's not Wagner.
That's what I thought.
No, it sounded Prokofiev.
It's not Prokofiev.
Monet.
Is it Russian?
No.
Oh.
Sounded.
Oh.
So I was going to go for.
Is it postmodern?
Ooh.
No, it's of the period that it sounds like it's from.
So it's not Cacciatorian.
It's not.
Masoul's.
It's not that guy on your back wall, Kent, with the red scarf and the suit either.
No, that's more.
There's no taiko drums in that, so.
15 of them. 15 guys playing them.
I had to
Andy's
remember
back.
to keep looking down.
Yeah, hello, folks. Sorry.
Sorry, mate. I have to remember to look down there to see there's people going.
Hi, Andy.
Hello, let's see.
Hi again, Richard.
We missed you
Rob.
terribly.
No, phone call from my dad. He's
Is he all right?
yeah, he's had an eye op, and well, that was the other day. So just checking on that, and he's also had an ECG and an echocardiogram. But just updating on that, and then he wanted to know how I got on in work today with me observation and just nice family stuff, you know.
I've been fascinated by the ECG on this thing. I keep doing it every like 30 minutes, and every time I have a little AFib, I'll do it, and by the time I've got it sorted, it won't record the fibrillation. So it tells me I'm okay, which I know I'm not. But as all good hypochondriacs say. Oh, the host has gone.
Kent.
So that's what happens when the host goes. The show does go on.
The show does got right. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Not hear anything there, Richard. I don't know if that was coming through or not. Does this
I'm working on it.
Have you bought the Mark II? Was that Entron Pro?
No, it's on the MPC. It's the Mellotron plug. I just spent ages just messing about. So it's just instant Tangerine Dream, and I absolutely love it. I mean, Inky will tell me off because I'm not using it properly, but I've just been using it, just playing that. It's absolutely fab. So I just go there and Mellotron, love it.
No, refreshed it.
So.
Yeah. No, I just recently got all of the libraries of Mtron Pro that I didn't already have.
I mean, it's limited on the MPC. You get the choirs, the strings, the flutes. You get the boys choir, 8 boys choir, and then there's one that you get 2 different violins. Now the second violin is instant Tangerine Dream Rubicon string sound for the Mellotron. It's just love it. I just lose myself for hours just in nostalgia. It's wonderful.
It is good. Now Benjamin.
Hey, hello, Ben.
All right.
I don't know if I can take that.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Can you hear me, mother?
Yeah, you can.
Can you hear me, mother? What was I going to say?
Do you want to put the link back up?
Yeah, Mtron Mark II. Wow. I mean, we kind of predicted it, but wow, that's a bit of gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I've seen a Mark II. I've touched one. It wasn't working, unfortunately. It was the National Science and Media Museum in Bradford. It's in their back room. It's not on display. Oh, it might be on display now, but it's the one that came out of Granada TV. So our northern friends will appreciate that, and they used it for special effects on TV programs. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, nice to see that in software. I can't wait to give that a try.
Yeah, is it out now?
Yeah, it came out today.
Right.
It's on special offer. I think it's 249, but 199 starting. Early doors. So.
Yeah.
But it comes with like 4,500 samples.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's good stuff.
It's took them years, hasn't it? I think
9 years since they first came up with the. I think it was one of the guys at Streetly came up with the idea, and it's taken them 9 years to realise it. So, they've been doing other stuff as well, but
yeah.
Do I have to put the link up again?
We're running the show basically here, Ben, aren't we?
Yeah. But we're
How it
guests.
works.
Yeah, the host is just like
Yeah. Who said anything about me being a host?
Oh, I see.
This is free run, mate.
I only jumped in because I want to ask Kent a question. You see,
Oh, go on.
I want to ask him when my base station will be ready, so I can come down and get it.
Isn't that the one we sold?
Why would you? It's disgusting.
that's the one you let me
Almost yellow
take
roll.
away. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Oh, they
that's-
weren't
that's
yellow
the-
when he sold them.
Yeah, you see the Chrysler
Oh,
kept falling back down on the driveway and we just stuck
Oh,
it on the back wheel.
Yeah,
Worked a treat.
Richard, how could I have been so naive? Stupid me, honestly.
Now, to be honest with you, it's been one of those things where there's a couple of these long-term horrible jobs that I definitely must get done,
Right.
and I need to get through them first before I can move on to the next
course.
stuff.
It's
I've done some
absolutely fine.
preliminary on it, but yeah, but somebody not 1,000 miles away keeps booking CS80s in.
I didn't realise there were that many.
Did you know I first met her in a Agatha Christie film.
Oh, wicked.
Look at that.
Which one? Were you actually in it, or did you go to
No,
see
no,
it
no.
at the
It's
cinema?
just the look. Just the look, mate. Just the look. She looks like she comes from the neck. She gets murdered in the third
I
scene.
think you're about to get murdered.
Oh, hello.
She's the killer.
I've got.
I first met her propping up a bar at Synthfest in Sheffield in I don't know how many years
wow.
ago.
Oh yeah,
Who
massive
was propping up
alky.
the bar?
Fiona,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I wasn't drinking, I was working.
Yeah. Phoebe
Biggest
will put
lie.
it away. I tell you, with the best of us.
She was walking around handing out cards.
Yeah.
Some of them said Kent Spong Restorations. The other one said, "Call me. Here's my number." No.
That was the day that she drove all the way to where was it? Leicester?
Sheffield.
Sheffield. With
yeah.
the handbrake on the car.
That was that day.
That was that day. Yeah.
Wow.
And had these discs, rear discs.
There
You
was
had
blowing.
discs. There were no
Swung
longer
the wheel and it was
discs.
going like that. Like, thank you, Fiona. So, what have you done with the lighter woman?
My mate at work has just sent me. He's just been attached to his new fibre. That's his down and up speeds. Look at that. 489 down, 502 up.
Wow.
Blimey.
That Rolly still isn't coming through, buds.
Well then, Robbie, how do you check that on an ordinary computer? I have
What,
no
your
idea how
speed?
you check it. Yeah.
There's an app.
Ookla. So the link. Let me just find that. It's free and it's. Hang on.
It's a
If
little
you just
Go
actually,
app.
if you just Google
Yeah.
speed test, the first thing that comes up is Google's own speed test, and you can run it there, or you can just get speed test by Ookla, which OOKLA, and that should give you a good indication of what your speeds are. You just do it from in your browser, but it's best to do it when you're not doing something like this that's soaking up. Oh, she's got a 90 on.
Oh God, God help us all. What have you got there? What is that? A shillelagh. Oh,
What is she doing? Is she doing a spot
Well,
of
just-
module there? I can't
yeah,
work
that
out
was
what's
it.
going on.
I've got 62 download and
Yeah.
16 upload.
That's not bad
I have no idea.
for the UK. That's not bad.
I've never done that before. That was an excitement.
We're really lucky because like I live in the middle of nowhere, and normally in the UK, for those that aren't in the UK, you're connected to your nearest exchange, which tends to be in the postal town. So, for example, our postal town is 7 miles from here, so we would normally have to go 7 miles to hit the exchange, and of course the signal degrades. But because we're so remote, we actually have our own exchange in the village, and it's like 500 yards over there. Yeah. So my advertised speeds are 80-20 down and up, and I get about 76 and 18. So I'm really lucky for living in somewhere like I do to get that.
Yeah. What about that Starlink thing?
Yeah, well, apart from clogging up our orbit, low Earth orbit. Yeah, I mean, it's good for downloads, but it's uploads. You still have to go through a phone line, don't you?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you can do uploads via satellite unless it's changed.
Yeah, it's rubbish for this kind of thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I might be wrong. Anyway, so yeah.
Still nothing, Rich?
No, nothing coming out, Rich.
Are you not hearing me speak?
Oh, here, speak.
No,
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm working on using. All right, so let's get topical for a second. Hi, Ben. Let's get topical for a second. Blue Cat has this week released something called Connector.
Oh yes, we talked about that last week.
I've been experimenting with that. So now, here we are. I'm running my iMac, which is in front of me, and it's got Connector on it, and it's got patchwork on it, and it's receiving a Connector audio patch from this laptop, which is the sound source for this thing.
Right.
So I'm hearing it. It's in this computer. How can I route it now to the input of Safari so that I can share the audio inputs between my voice and that? And that's what I'm looking at right now. And so far I've been unsuccessful. Or you'd know, because you would have heard me yell, Eureka!
Yeah, because that's a lot easier to do with a piece of internal software than this 3 mixers, 2 computers, and 4 monitors and an iPad. And it's still not work properly.
I learnt very early on to take everything into hardware and then just feed a stereo input into the computer and just mix from hardware. So I learnt my lesson.
Well, I've got that. Oh, there we go. That was coming through.
That was a growl.
That's not me playing.
That's not you, is it?
That's me playing, and you're not hearing it.
No, this is singing.
I'm working on it.
Oh, is that you, Kent? Whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I send out this...
Oh. Are we going to have a group jam? What key are you in?
What are you using there, Ken?
That's a bit of Dominus with low note priority Studio 72 Mini Moog.
Is that the official name of that instrument? Dominus low note priority soft tube.
No, it's actually 2 instruments as one. One is Dominus.
Right.
Dominus
Gotcha.
choirs,
Oh,
and then
being
bass
facetious.
note is being done in low priority instead of being.
Is that working?
Go on.
Go on.
No.
It's been typical Rolly at the moment.
This has nothing to do with what I'm Rolly's working great. What I'm hearing sounds good. It's just,
But you know what it's like? You call up dashboard and it goes, please connect device. It's connected. Please connect device. Yeah. Okay.
I was having those same problems with my mouse just before we came on.
No, this is just something I've never tried to do before, and it's a lot of different ways.
What was up with your mouse?
I couldn't get it to connect to the computer at all.
Weird.
What's that? Is that
Yeah.
the
Argon.
I'm going to have to play Guess the Scent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not working. if I just redirect it from here?
Oh, no, that's not. I thought it was. I'm still waiting for my Hydrosynth to turn up.
Yeah, I think you actually have to buy it.
Oh, is it? You have to do that?
I think you have to. I
haven't
know
bought
I
synth in
certainly
ages.
did.
What was the last synth they actually bought here? It was the live one, I think.
Wasn't that the organ?
No.
Oh. I'm behind the times. Got a good sound on it anyway.
That's my favourite synth at the moment. Here, this will get a copyright strike.
Oh yeah.
And good night.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about...
That was me trying to see how well the Polybrute could do a Prophet 5.
Prophet 5.
So I chose one of my favourite Prophet 5 riffs. Pretty good.
Double strike now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you can mute me long.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think anybody's going to know this ever happened.
How many people you got
Who?
watching?
10 watching now. We've got rid of more.
How many people have been watching? 14? 14? That's almost a rugby team.
Yeah.
Really?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Or one more than a rugby team if you're playing league, but that's the norm.
What? Lost 3? Oh, well. Okay. There's probably something better on the other side.
Somebody's just asked in the chat, Andrew Longhurst, when you were all in your teens, did you ever imagine you'd have this kind of setup and kit and tech available to you?
Nah.
That's kind of impossible, isn't it? Because none of us could have predicted how far computers would have gone in all of this. I had no... When I got the CX5 and I started sequencing on it, I thought, this is good. But I had no idea where it was going. It was only maybe when VST started.
Well, actually, Ben, I'm sort of with you. I think it starts much earlier than that, because I remember looking at my Atari ST and the W30 going, this is even more powerful than a Fairlight.
Yeah.
How has that happened so quickly?
Yeah.
2 years ago, I'd have given me left hand for a Fairlight, and now I've got an Atari ST and a W30. And it's more powerful. It probably doesn't sound as good as a Fairlight, as Robbie demonstrated in Bradford a few weeks ago, but that really just dawned on me then, and the way it's gone since then, it's amazing. I mean, you can point to that box there. I mean, it's what it can do is mental, and that's one of the things that scares the willies out of me with that thing, is that it's too much under the hood. Right, I think about the modular, and every bit is its own thing, doing its own thing, all nicely compartmentalized. And that's how my brain works like that. It thinks like that. I organise my life like that into little boxes. And that's what a modular is. And I think that's why I've taken to it. Whereas I find this blimmin' hard work. But you still take a step back and think about how powerful something like that is. And it's really mind-blowing.
It's bonkers. But when I was a teenager, I couldn't afford anything.
Quite. No.
You know, it was just there was no paper round in the world that would make me enough money to buy.
Oh well, I paid for my Poly 800 with my paper round money.
Oh, is it? No. I was too busy smoking cigarettes. I think that was my problem.
Well, I can see where Ben's coming from. I mean, my first keyboard had a hairdryer in it. It was,
Bontempi.
Little Bontempi chord organ.
Yeah.
And I took it to school and performed on stage with it in front of the whole school. And I'd been playing it, 2 days?
Yeah.
And it was just me pushing a note at a time.
We used to have,
that was the most bored kids you've ever seen in your life.
We used to have interform. So at the end of each summer term, we used to have like an arts fortnight. So it was 2 weeks of art stuff. So, whether it was singing, dancing, comedians, anything that was arts related, it was like a little festival. And we used to have an interform competition. There was a music competition and there was other stuff. And I got volunteered to do the music one. And this was, when did Axel F come out? 84? Must have been.
Which version?
the original.
84,
yeah.
85, something
it's
like
gotta
that.
be
Mid
that.
80s,
So-
definitely mid
Yeah,
80s.
so it was about 84, and all we had at school was a Korg 700S. I say all we had. I mean, there's some schools that would. Yeah, we had a Korg 700S and a Bond Tempe, and I did a version of Axel F, playing the bass on the Bond Tempe and then the lead bit on the 700S. You can imagine how awful that. I didn't win,
Nah.
Oh.
but yeah, those Bond Tempes.
People just don't recognise true talent when they see it. You've got to remember that.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, a couple of questions I want to address myself to. First, Ben's original question. When I was a teenager, this stuff was brand new, and my first exposure to synths was when I was 15 years old in 1972. So there is an extent to which, when I was a teenager, I foresaw the use of electronics in a much more profound way in the production of music. It wasn't quite clear where that was going to go. There weren't presets yet. There's a lot, that's happened that wouldn't have been obvious to us then. But to your question, yeah, you could sort of see that these things were going to have a profound effect as going forward in how things were made when I was still a teenager. And then to the second question, I remade the Axel F theme for the movie Beverly Hills Cop 3, and you can go up on YouTube and find it.
Wow.
Wowza.
Wow. I'm
It's-
getting that.
Didn't know that.
I there, there's 1,000 things I do differently as I listen to it now, but it's not horrible. It's there.
Yeah.
Look what's appeared at the bottom
Oh,
of the screen.
right.
Nice dressing gown. Ty.
Didn't
It's Ty in his Turkish
Fresh-
bathrobes.
fresh from the hot
Blumenthal.
tub.
And it's Andrew as well who asked the question originally in the chat.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
fresh
so
out of a
pretty.
hot tub. It's Thai unrelated.
Too pretty, that's the thing.
We need Ty's theme.
No, thank you very much.
Pardon?
Tie
Hello.
win, tie win. Where's Dominic needing?
How are you, Ty? Long time no speak.
I'm very stressed.
Oh,
Kent knows this. This is why
Oh
I'm-
yeah.
are you in the middle of a thing?
I'm dipping in. I'm doing an Attenborough thing, and they're expecting everything finished by tomorrow, and it's not going to be finished by tomorrow. So they get everything when they get everything. So it's So I've just kind of disappeared off the radar for a while, and I still will be off the radar for another couple of weeks, really. But anyway, but I was forced in by Fee to actually just show my face in my dressing gown, sat here in front of the. I just realised. I genuinely just realised that I almost just showed my knob as I moved the camera.
Dinky.
Realised that it wasn't quite the angle I was expecting.
Is
so
there any
we
of
go.
it left?
Look at the expectant look on Fiona's face.
You're right. Boy, she can hear now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at the way she's staring at that screen, just in case.
Right, here we go.
Actually, I'm quite impressed. She caught on really quick. Normally, she's about as quick as I don't know, continents.
No.
So anyway, but I literally have just stuck my head in to just wave and say hello.
You're still
and-
alive.
Hi, Ty.
Oh, and now you're going to leave?
Yeah, honestly, I've got to work all night. I've got to do another night. I've got to do
It's
another-
us or David Attenborough.
Are we still on phone plan B? You phone me, I do not phone you.
Yeah. let me get through till Friday, and then we'll go back to phone plan A. At the moment, I struggle to kind of form complete sentences. I'm just living on coffee. That's all. So.
Ty, I just finished a similar thing last night. It was 4 a.m. So today I'm not quite sure what to do with myself. So I wish you every success.
Thank
And I
you.
don't know how it's going to be.
The problem with this one is it's been like this now for. This is week 4.
It's Celebrity Squares.
I'm
dead chuffed I'm in the middle.
Hello, Ty.
Be nice and snug.
Don't take it personally, but I'm going now.
That's
But not-
all right. Good
All
to
right,
see
darling. You look after yourself, all right?
Take care.
So,
Bye,
Keep it
Okay,
tucked
bye,
away.
Dad.
Bye, baby. Shut up, baby.
Bye.
Yes. Oh, that's a copyright strike from my channel.
No, it's not registered. You're all right.
Oh, okay.
Copyright free, just for you.
And I'm going to jump out. I'm going to say to our folks, nice just jumping in.
Thanks for coming in, Andy.
I'll see you all fairly soon. Take care, everyone.
Yeah,
See you soon.
I'll still be in the
Bye.
chat, but I'll free up a space for somebody else that's more interesting than me. Okay.
Oh, don't be like that. You're a beautiful boy. There we go.
Well, there you go.
Oh, was he gelling the whole thing together? It suddenly went quiet.
That's it. Yeah.
Dead on.
I'm just trying to get over the attire. Really, that's the only reason I called in. It's just like, wow.
You missed the best bit, or maybe not the best bit.
It was hard to tell which was his head.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good, eh? Wow.
He looked like he had a puppet of himself. Oh, more goat's blood.
Dom, while I've got you and I've got it on my mind, when you do your jingles and stuff, what are you using to feed that into StreamYard?
I hit the Stream Deck.
Yeah.
And literally, I don't know if I can show you, but Stream Deck, you can just load an audio file on it.
Yeah.
And then it comes out on the stream by using Loopback, which is this thing that I use to route the audio everywhere. So I capture the audio out from StreamYard and I send it down into here. So basically, the way I have it set is that I was saying to Kent earlier, I have a Chrome browser with StreamYard running on it, and that's all it ever does. It just sits there, and the output of Chrome comes into these headphones so I can hear you. And then anything else, like I use another browser for. So I've got Safari. If I want to share a screen, I just use Safari or watch a YouTube video, and the audio goes out into Loopback and gets sent down. Loopback, it's not cheap, but it makes everything kind of work, really. But yeah, it's just buttons on the Stream Deck calling a WAV file.
Yeah. Cool.
That's it.
Thank you for that.
That's all right.
I got
So you're using
one word in 10.
Yeah, that might solve your trouble, actually, Richard.
Yes, I was looking at that at one point.
It's kind of a Soundflower replacement.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
I've got Black
Soundcloud's
Hole.
not supported anymore, though, is it?
Soundflower isn't,
Yes, it
but
is.
Loopback.
Oh, not
Loopback,
Soundflower, no, but Loopback. Yeah.
Loopback kind of took it over, and then it's from Rogue Amoeba, I think.
Because I think I ended up using tonight Black Hole.
Yeah, Black Hole. That's what Nick Bat recommended, so I blame him. But
I'm sure
I've
it
not,
does the same thing.
Yeah, I'll have to try.
Yeah. But
It's
I was
free.
literally punching the screen for at least 25 minutes trying to get something to happen.
I can look. There's my Loopback. I can
Oh
show you.
wow!
So it's quite complicated.
Ooh.
But on the left, you have all your input, your sources.
Yeah.
And then in the middle, channel 1 and 2 here is what's being fed into StreamYard.
Gotcha.
And channel 3 and 4 is what I can hear. And that's the difference. Okay. My microphone I can hear because it's just coming out into my converter. And that's it. So I've got Logic if I want to run something on Logic. I've got OBS if I play from there. QuickTime Player, Safari, Spotify, I can play down it. Stream Deck is where. So if I hit a button on Stream Deck, you'll see the audio. Rich Hilton. Rich Hilton. So it just comes straight out. And that is also routing to 3 and 4, which means I can hear it on my headphones. So
you're routing video and audio through that?
No, just audio.
Just audio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so in StreamYard, to select my audio, I select the output of this live stream. It's called live stream, which is Loopback. And then the video just goes from OBS. So on OBS, we're going to go into a black hole because it's going to see it. So but on OBS, these are all my cameras on OBS so that I can, this is me. I've got it running as a virtual camera here. Oh, hang on, you can't see me. I haven't got my screen shared anymore. That's stupid. Hold on. Because I was having it on OBS, right? I've got the virtual camera on here, which is this button, if you can see it. And that just appears as a source in StreamYard. And then any of these here, you'll lose it as soon as I do it. So I've got my, all this stuff going on here.
See, I've been thinking about going because we used OBS.
That's cool.
In the early days, didn't we, Ben?
Yeah.
But and we just thought, we want to look professional-ish, so we went for StreamYard. But I've been thinking about resurrecting OBS and using that as my source to feed into.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
the only way I can get Lula May on camera,
exactly,
is split the frame, so I can do I can flick it to her camera there, but I can do us side by side. So that
doesn't seem right with her not in the chair.
It doesn't isn't right, isn't it? Other than she could have a laptop and she could be dialed in, but the only way is to do it like
StreamYard's getting multicam support though.
Apparently,
later this year, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't support it.
So.
No.
And
well,
Inky,
there's a workaround, but
Inky was telling me that Restream, which I started on and then switched to StreamYard, which is really just a restreaming thing. You fed OBS into it and then it would broadcast out to Facebook and Twitch and all the rest of it. Apparently, they've got this kind of front end that they've just started putting together. So they're playing catch up. So
we've been working a lot with Vimeo, who have got their own live streaming app, which is kind of okay, but we work with that and with Blackmagic apps, a bunch of stuff to feed it all in. But we still use OBS. It works, as well as everything else. Right. It works really well. But same as you, we're also using a separate Chrome instance to run any additional cams and stuff, any additional feeds, particularly loopback. It works really well.
Yeah, I'm really happy with this loopback.
So with your loopback, so you've got it all set up and configured and everything kind of plumbed in. So then you just select loopback as your audio device in Mac OS. Yeah,
exactly. It creates a virtual audio interface as if you'd plugged in a RME or something, and then you can choose from anything else that's plugged in, whether it be an audio interface or a software or a camera. You can just route whatever you want into it and then mix it at certain levels, decide whether to mute it when it's actually being captured. It took me a while to work out how it worked, to be honest, and how best to use it. So I've got one set up for this, which is live stream, but I've got another one if I did a Twitch stream where I didn't.
So like you can set up configurations and then just pick it.
Same as OBS. So on OBS, I've got a setup that has Lula May like I'm on now, but if I wanted to do like a Twitch stream where I've got the camera on, say, a keyboard I'm playing or whatever, you just save it. So it's a bit of a strain to set up first time, but at least you don't have to do it twice.
Yeah. Ben?
Yes?
Can I spend some ProSynth Network money?
What do you want?
This is our relationship. No, I was just thinking that loopback might be a useful bit of kit.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah.
I think the horn is still working. Someone in the chat was just asking how they trigger the incinerator horn.
Oh yeah,
you'd have to donate. You'd have to donate to my previous stream, I think.
So what have you got, like a little script running?
I've got a Raspberry Pi, that picks up donations to the stream, fires a relay that kicks off the car horn.
It's all very clever, isn't it?
And takes my head off. I can do it manually.
Told me.
Let's see.
Fee's just said to me she wanted Sasquatch wanted to know about the horn. Oh, there she goes.
There you go.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's less today, actually. I've had to run it off a car battery, so I think the battery might be running out. I bought like a 12-volt power supply, and it just went as soon as it fired.
So that's good, isn't it?
It's the exhaust fumes in the control room that do to you, isn't it?
Oh no.
I used to run my CB radio in my bedroom off a car battery.
CB radio! Right, Lord.
Now you're talking.
Squelch.
It was a Rotel something or other. I can't remember now.
So what was your handle? It's CB radio.
Oh, what was my handle?
It's got to be shit, otherwise it won't
Mine
work.
Dashboard.
Oh, that's pretty bad. Like mine was pretty bad. Mine was China boy. I don't know why. I'm not even Chinese. Like,
I honestly don't remember. Oh wow! I used to live in a village called Blowfield, so we used to have all the lorries on the A47 coming to Yarmouth, and we used to radio all the truckers, and we used to say, "Give us a shout out in the windy village," because it was Blowfield. We thought we were dead clever. Yeah. I can't remember what my handle was. No, go on.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
I reckon you can. I reckon you're just too embarrassed.
No, honestly, I can't. If you know me, if it was embarrassing, I'd say.
Ah, that's working.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well done, Rich.
Nice.
Coming through. Now we can't hear him.
We just kick back now and have a listen.
Yeah.
Prometheus UK was Funky Ferret. I like that. Don't forget, you can click chat, Ken, and you can highlight chats. It makes it a little bit more.
Oh, can you do that?
Yeah, click
Yeah,
any
just
of the
click on
chat from the comments.
any of the
and you can
messages.
Pop them up on screen.
If you've got it set up correctly. Should do.
Oh, let's see.
There you go.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's how
Oh, he's like a kid with a new toy now.
I know. This is mental. This is.
And have you got star? You should have stars now in the right hand corner of those messages that you just clicked on.
Yeah.
If you star it, it puts it into a list that will then not go away.
Oh,
so if
I
you,
didn't know
if you
that.
forget,
Man,
new feature.
Going
New
mad.
feature.
Darcy.
Yeah, they've just started to add a whole bunch of new features, background music
ones.
as well. Yeah.
It's strange, really, because the podcast seems to have become the podcast for podcasting by podcasters.
Yeah.
Key sort of thing.
That's very meta.
What?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Don't matter. He's here all week.
I don't matter. You don't matter.
Have you got a coffee?
Yeah, lamb's blood. Actually, I just realised this is water.
Have you got copper goblets?
Oh yeah.
Pardon?
My wife bought some of those for.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Prometheus has got an amateur radio license, as do I. I got mine when I was 15. Sorry to interrupt. Just very excited. As an extension of the whole CB thing. Haven't used it for a while.
We used to have a guy.
Technically for Fiona. I bought
Oh, the goblets.
Yeah, I bought them.
No. There used to be a guy that lived up the road from us when we were kids, and he had the whole ham radio thing. And we used to, he'd have it in his cupboard under the stairs, and we'd all go around there, and he'd talk to somebody in like Czechoslovakia, as it was, and wow, they're talking to somebody.
Well, back
Kids
in the
these
day when we
days.
didn't have mobile phones, that was astonishing.
I'm trying to remember the name of the
someone.
CB radio that everybody wanted.
Ham International.
I know there was the DV27
Stalker.
aerial.
That was the aerial, wasn't it? High gain
Wait.
5s were the thing back then.
It was a,
I'll tell you what, it is good for now because everything's software defined radio now. So you literally kind of almost plug an aerial into a computer. But if you want to get samples for making techno and tracks, you can just get some incredible sound effects and weird and wonderful noises just by tuning around. And you can get there are online.
Yeah.
I did a Twitch stream with it. There are online software defined radios that you can control remotely and record. And it's mad stuff. Number stations.
Software
and-
defined radio.
yeah, it's a whole
actually,
new
if
thing.
if you take a piss on a memory moog power supply, it produces roughly the same kind of thing.
I need a
Strange
license
enough.
for that, though. Just
Is that the sort of thing you're likely to do?
Because it's, shh, don't tell
Well-
anybody. But I was working on a Moog lamb for a customer. This is 15 years ago, and I had it out on in the workshop, and one of the dogs, I think it might have been Mouse, peed on it, and I didn't notice, and I turned it on, and it was like. That's not right. And what's that smell? so that was a costly repair for me.
Well, apparently the DX1 that I have, has been splattered by somebody amongst our group here.
Oh, do you know what? That has got very, very famous piss splashes all over it. Yeah.
No, there we go. That way, there we go.
The great and famous have rubbed their ass up against the side of
Easy
that.
for me.
Who's the most
Notable
famous?
it was. It was quite notable that there was a DX1.
Most
Yeah, it was,
famous
wasn't it?
urine in
'Cause
Kent's
it's a very
house.
small toilet and a very large keyboard.
So,
You walk in, you
Mr.
go-
And a
Hilton,
rare large key. It wasn't
rare,
just any
yeah.
old DX7, mind you.
Yeah.
No.
so Mr. Hilton, what do you think of the DX1? Well, I'll tell you what I think of it.
Exactly.
Was it used on Blade Runner?
I got your operator right here.
I've just got these. Look at this. Hang on, I've got these. I've got a 5. And I got these. Where are
Hi,
we?
Andrew.
The hypercards.
Yes.
Ah.
I've just got 2 of those for the 5 because it responds to polyphonic aftertouch. So I'm using the KX88 to control it. The very same. The very same. I've literally just got them.
They're great. Those honestly, those. I did the demo video for them.
Did you?
For Hypersynth? Yeah. If you go on their website, you'll find this really rubbish video on that page. But this is the best thing about these carts. Sorry, it's DX land, so I'm going to go into one. They are the first ever commercially available third-party presets made specifically for the DX1 and the DX5. Since there you go. It only took like 35 years.
35, 36. I bought mine in 85. It's been 86, 86. Yeah.
But yeah, first ever commercially available DX1, DX5 specific patches.
Wow.
And they're good. They're really. Have you tried them yet?
No, not yet. I've literally just finished this project. I've been on this video thing. I've got video studios now, so just finished this project, and I can't wait. Tomorrow, I'm heading into the studio to plug them up and play.
Hang on.
Yeah. What's the betting? The 5 batteries died or something. So.
I mean, for a DX just to do that often, just
fantastic. Does it notice if I knock one out at the moment? I don't know. What do you want to say?
Could have worded that better.
You know,
sorry, wank. I meant wank. But yeah.
One of yeah. I didn't say wank.
That's it.
So enjoy those. You will.
I'll
said that in your Yoda voice.
I'll be editing the shit out of those. I love it. Yeah. I'm one of those curious people that likes editing FM or the file.
Yeah. Man after my own heart. Should get this guy on the show, Ben. I need support in the DX department.
Yeah.
I'll fetch my coat. And you've got an emulator shirt as well.
No emulator set. I've only got Emaxes, so.
I've got a spare E4XT Ultra with the RFX card.
Oh, very nice.
A spare one.
Spare, yeah.
Spare.
No, I'm still after the E2. That's my dream.
Lovely thing.
I love D2.
Yeah, lovely sound.
It's the only reason I bought the Emax is so I could actually play E2 samples on an emulator machine. I know it's not quite the same, obviously, but it's the only reason I bought. I ended up with 2 Emaxes, so.
Had horrible MIDI delay on the way in, by the way. E2. Like on the order of 60 milliseconds. Kind of delay. Like
on the E2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The input MIDI was unbelievably slow.
I first used one on a session with a guy called David Knopfler, going back to the mid-'80s. And I was triggering a load of stuff off the back of it. We were using the sequencer, an 8-track sequencer, and I knew nothing about it. But I'd said, yeah, I can do that. And so I was learning it like you do. I was learning as I was going. Going out from it was okay. But going into it, as you're playing these intricate little things, my God, it was bloody awful.
Yeah, a lot of delay. I used it in productions in the early 80s, and I was sending clocked MIDI to it, and it needed a lot of fixing, shall we say.
Yeah. A lot.
That's actually made a lot of sense of something that happened to me in the late 80s. I was in a studio and we had an emulator 2 there, and we had a sequencer there as well. It was one of the early Roland
MC500 or MC4 or something like that.
It was before the 500. It didn't have a disk drive on it or anything, and we used the emulator 2 to do the bass, but I had to play the bass in. and I couldn't understand what the producer was telling me, what the riff was. I just couldn't get it into my head, and we ended up dropping this fairly simple bass line in note by note throughout the track. He kept dropping me in. I was just hitting it randomly because I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand where the bass was going to come in, and it was a really simple rhythm. When I heard it later, I was like, "Why couldn't you get that? It's dead easy." That's why we didn't sequence it though, obviously because of these delays.
So in the early 80s, when I started working with these things like this, we were using FSK Tone as the tempo sync. And and what I discovered early on is that sending MIDI to the different devices produced different delay times in every device that was receiving it, because at the time they had made it possible, but it wasn't a giant priority in terms of how quickly it was happening. So you get a lot of splash and a lot of goop. So my MO became that the first pass, which would be the drums, which is a Lindrum, 2 Lindrums running different chipsets, my first pass would go through 100 millisecond Korg delay, digital delay. The FSK Tone would go through 100 millisecond delay. And that way, I can work either using the delay line and the FSK Tone, I could work either side of that pocket as far as 100 milliseconds late, which nothing was. So that's why I happen to know that the E2 was about 60 milliseconds, because I had to adjust timings of all of these subsequent overdubs that were being printed from the Memory Moog sequencer, which had been typed in using a Dr. Click in real-time mode. Talk about pushing rocks uphill.
Yeah,
and when you get
together.
And when you get to bar 16 beat 4 and you make a mistake, you're starting over.
Yeah.
I think we used to use Notator and I'm just trying to remember now. I think we had the 4 different channels because we used Uniter and all the other stuff. And I think we were putting different delays depending on what the instrument was, different MIDI delays. So you're pulling it backwards in the track or forwards. So you'd always allow at least a bar to allow you to sync things up. And even then, there were some that just drifted mad. I remember the S1000 used to drift madly in its MIDI timing, forwards and backwards, depending on what you were doing with it.
I used to tune, if we were putting loops down and stuff, if the S1000 was just playing one thing at a time, it was solid. And I used to adjust the start time of the sample in thousandths rather than try and drag the MIDI back, because the MIDI would be fairly consistently wrong and the S1000 would be fairly consistently wrong, but the S1000 was more accurate because it was kind of sample accurate, so you could fiddle it. FSK is frequency shift keying, isn't it? So it's a change in frequency, which is just basically not quite a square wave, but it just goes wobbles around square wave shape, but in frequency, I think. I've done that delay trick as well. If you bring everything forward that you're talking about, I mean, just crazy stuff, really.
Yeah. It was
really crazy.
I remember talking to Dave Gamson, Scritti Politti, and I was saying to him how much I loved the sequencing that they used in Woodbees and stuff, and he said there was no sequencing. That was all played live over and over and over and over to get the timing that was kind of possible with that gear, but they didn't have that gear, so they literally played everything in. Really? They played the tape back at like half speed to get it, and then it was just crazy, and it was all done manually. Pretty much all of the sequencing on that whole album, and I just thought it was one of the greatest examples of sequencing. There was literally nothing, no sequence stuff on there. It was all just recorded really, really well.
I mean, you can do it on a like a half-inch or a quarter-inch, because you know the exact length of tape that would make one bar. So I've done it by measuring before, to millimeters and stuff. I saw someone once cutting a 24-track reel, 2-inch. I've never ever edited 24-track. Have you done that, Andrew?
Oh God, yeah. The diagonal cut.
I've not done it. Yeah.
I've seen horizontal cuts on 2-inch tape.
Oh!
Jack Douglas came in with the first Zebra album in 1983 at Kingdom Sound Studios, and that 2-inch tape had cuts that looked like this.
Wow.
Goodness me, if anyone in the chat doesn't understand what's going on there, if you've got a reel of 24-track tape, you've got 24 tracks along there. So if you're going to edit the top 12, you'd cut out oblong block and glue another 12 in on top. I mean, that's
And there's no edit block lane for that. You know what I mean? Like there's no place in the edit block where you can just drop the single edge blade and get that.
Wow. So
I had
4
never
in the
seen
morning.
I had
4 in the
never
morning,
seen
scrabbling around for the half a centimetre of tape that you've lost with the kick
That's
drum
the one.
on it. And I'm like, it's here somewhere. That's all I need.
What happened to the Tom Phil?
And you try telling kids these days.
Don't know they're born.
They call me Sisyphus back
They
home.
talk about, yeah. Wow.
Real life cut and paste.
Yeah.
Yeah, bloody hell.
Yeah, those were fun days. We did a session once with Tom Newman, who kind of got me into the industry, and he had an Ampex MM1100 24-track tape machine. It used to belong to Mike Oldfield, who he produced, and it was the oldest, most knackered thing in the world. And we were in the middle of a session one day, a place called Easy Studios, who also had a hire company. They hired out musical instruments and stuff. And this MM1100 just decided to spin the tape off at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The crystal went. It just died, the crystal circuit. And I remember we went downstairs and we got an old a Series 2 2600, and we brought it up and with a hope and a prayer just plugged it into the crystal circuit and dialed it until we got it to just about right. And we thought we could just about, and we ended up with this brilliant, at the end of it, brilliant chorusing, because of course it would wander a little.
Yeah,
and we were doing vocal dubs, and of course it never quite held tune. It was all right, but it would drop off here and there. It sounded magnificent in the end. But it was one of those patch it jobs with a 2600. God, wow.
He's still knocking about, his old Tom.
Yeah, he is. Bless him.
He's in Northern Ireland, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Lovely man.
Yes, yeah, very nice guy.
Yeah.
Bonkers, but very nice.
Completely bonkers. Completely hat stand.
He was about a year ago. He finished building a Tubular Bells guitar, where the actual body of the guitar is the graphic from the album. It's just stunning.
Mike stopped him.
Yeah,
Mike stopped him from releasing it.
Yeah. Gutted.
Wow.
Because wasn't it Mike Oldfield? He did an interview, and he insisted that the interviewer give him a piggyback round a cemetery while he gave the interview.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, just sort of like something ridiculous, quarter past 12 at night. Giving this
really
guy a
hope
piggyback.
so.
Yeah, it's like,
and I hope he did. Yeah,
yeah. I can see him doing it. I must admit.
Mike was I worked with him through Tom for Heaven's Open. I did keyboards on that, and he was lovely. I wasn't sure about him because I'd heard all sorts of horrible stories, but he was actually really lovely, really nice guy.
Oh, cool!
Extremely talented.
Oh yeah,
extremely talented. I mean, he did the Tubular Bells 2 album after the album we worked on, and he asked me if I'd play keyboards for the live gig. And I really wasn't that much of a keyboard player, and I just regretfully, but honestly said, Mike, I'm not up to it, mate. I'm really not up to it. So I hung around for a bit, and one of the guitar players in the band was complaining about this fucking twat who had written this music for this piece, who didn't know anything about real guitars, because obviously from the notation it couldn't be played. And Mike heard about it. He walked into the rehearsal room whilst I was there, and he looked at this music and he went, "What, this music here?" And he played it, and then he took it up a tone, and then took it up another tone, then he played it at double speed. Then he turned it upside down and played it back to front through the different tones. And then he put it back. He went, "Yeah, some tosser," and just walked.
Wow.
Astonishing musician.
Wow.
Astonishing.
Yeah. When I had Daniel Miller come down to test his System 700 after I'd finished restoring it, and I'd set it up in the front room for him. So I had everything ready, lock all the dogs away, and all the rest of it, and just set it all up for him. And he came down, and I gave him a chair, and he sat down in front of this thing. He goes, "Right," he says, and he obviously starts on the left and work his way across, and he starts putting stuff into the sequencer and all this sort of thing. And he starts playing this thing, and it's doing stuff. I'm going, I didn't fucking know a 700 could sound like that. How'd you do that? what are you doing? My God, you know. And it was like, it's just a blur of hands, and he's constantly doing stuff and plugging stuff in while playing as well. And he's got the sound is changing and evolving as he's playing on a modular. I'm going, God, yeah, I'm glad I didn't get into this business. I'd look such a dick, you know. You go, yeah, I can play modular, mate, and you go in and you see what some of these other people can do, and it's like, and they're going, you know, who's the dead?
Where's the cut off?
Yeah. So, what's the lights for then?
These days, it seems like the idea is to have as many random processes running at the same time as you can stand. Go ahead, discuss that.
Yeah.
That's what I hear a lot of right now. Going in place of basically arranging is letting the synthesizer arrange the thing for you. And running as many random processes as you can stomach at all times.
I mean, a lot of you, I'm sure, I hope it's the same. I'm sure it is. I've been through the whole thing with software as well. So I've done the software thing, and I've had software instruments and MIDI and sequencing and all that stuff. Yeah. And I've kind of come back. I still do, you know, still because I can't not. I've kind of come back now where I almost never record MIDI anymore, and I always use hardware now. And it's like having. I remember my dad had a toolkit which included the shittiest hammer, the worst bent screwdriver, and a chisel that was the handle was kind of carved out. He'd used it so much, and he was a terrible DIYer. And I always thought, what a twat. And I used to buy him new tools. And then after he died, I grabbed this. I needed to do something. My brand new chisels weren't working for doing this door or something. And I went and just grabbed his out of desperation, and it fit like a glove. And it's like it did its way around, you know. That's how I feel about hardware. That's exactly when I'm writing. It's kind of having a set of tools that I know, and I want some things where I can go a bit weird and explore and do stuff. But there's something about having a tool set I'm entirely familiar with to get the process going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thing is, I think sometimes when you think that the next tool that you get is going to be better.
Yeah.
That's where it all turns to shit.
Definitely.
I'm one of these people, when I record stuff, which isn't that often these days, but I still do everything on MIDI. Everything. Literally everything's MIDI. And then once I'm happy with it, then I'll play it back and capture the audio, and then I can mess around with it. But everything, I have to write with MIDI, because that's how I learned, and because I'm not a very good keyboard player, so everything literally goes in MIDI. And that's it. And I'm that, like you say, that to me, that's familiar. I'm happy moving, you know, playing something in and then moving things around, and you know, letting the thing, you know, adjust my sloppy timing or whatever. And then once I'm happy with it, then I'll commit it to audio. But
I found my timing got worse after always using MIDI.
Yeah, I agree.
I could used to nail the bastard before when you're using like a Porter Studio. And you know, you're doing tracks too.
Oh, well, you made you play worse because you're relying on quantize. Yeah.
Rely on
I
the
guess
quantize and go, oh yeah, I can just.
But that's the difference between you and me, Ken. You can actually play.
Sort of.
I can't. You know, I can hold a few chords down. That'll be it. You know, that's why I need MIDI. I was, you know, I didn't get into music until there was something that could help me realise my ideas. I'm a drummer, for Christ's sake.
Well, it's
timing's rubbish.
Exactly, it's all over the shop.
Yeah, well, Ty told me that when he's composing, he'll have the TV going.
Oh gosh.
Or he'll be listening to a podcast, and I'm going, while you're composing, what?
I hate him. He's just too good.
He goes, yeah, I just need something going on in the background and everything like that. It's going, oh, you got to lump him into a sack with Alex Ball and just drown him.
Oh, yeah.
Too talented.
He's sickening.
Too talented.
Yeah.
I couldn't have that any sort of distraction. I mean, I'll be playing here sometimes, and I'm recording and whatever. And I'm going, right, okay, right now another minor chord, as Richard will know. Oh, look, he's done I'm playing a song, and you go, oh, minor chord. What a fucking surprise that is. and it's like, because they all are. Everything's got to be dystopian, death. The whole. If I did a happy song, I mean, it's because the top of my head's missing or something. I've had a lobotomy. But I'll be playing along, and Fiona will call up and go, dinner, and it's like, oh, shit, turn it off, it won't quite. Because suddenly there was a noise, and that was it. I'm over.
I can't do stuff like that. Even if there are people in the house, I have to shut the door. Have to make sure that I'm one of these people that you can't listen to me when I'm doing stuff, because I just feel so self-conscious about what I do.
Yeah.
Always felt like that. Always
we had
felt
that
like
problem, didn't we, darling?
Yes, dear.
Yeah.
But put me behind a set of drums, and I'll get on stage with anyone, and I'll play, and love to do it.
Yeah.
I think the best thing I ever learned was to go and play live. I'm really not a very good keyboard player. I'm really not. Great big hands and all this stuff, but I'm pretty good with sound, you know.
Yeah.
And the thing that really upped my skills was going and playing live and having that thing of, you know, falling about laughing when someone makes a ricket, and it's usually me, and you know, that kind of stuff. You learn really quickly, and it ups your skills like mad.
Yeah.
But so when you're sat next to virtually this guy who plays live like nobody's business, it's just stunning.
Well, doing stuff like that that's what they mean when people's, you know, when a professional would say to you, pull you to one side and go, learn your craft. It's that kind of thing. If you can play live in front of 20,000 people and keep your shit together for 3 hours, you're better than the rest of us, mate.
So going back, no, I'm not. Going back to Robbie's original point, MIDI, starting from MIDI is what I often do when there's a client in the room looking over my shoulder and I have to get results quickly, like something going quickly, where the quickly part is the priority in terms of satisfying the client's wishes to get the ball rolling. If I'm working on my own, I just as soon work from a percussion sample that I get or that I find or that I do. And if you listen to the piece that I did on Sonic Talk, the CD, it starts with somebody drumming on, I think, an old milk tin or something. I mean, it's a unique sound, and it's a drumming sequence, and it's a percussive, it's a motor thing. It's not a drum machine. It's not MIDI at all. It's actually, now, is there going to be MIDI piled all over that? Absolutely. No question about it. There's going to be MIDI involved in producing the next layer. But I actually, for my own purposes, try to find different ways to start in order to affect the process of what's going to come later and try to bring variety to the thing, because I could just sit down at the piano and bang out ballads all day or something, but it's not very interesting to me. And trying to find things that inspire me, it might be a synth patch, it might be almost anything. It might be a sequenced loop that somebody's written onto one key of something. It might be something that comes out of Dave's new Mellotron. But it, patches. But the MIDI thing is a tried and true. Helps you get going. It's a beautiful thing. I love my devices. I love my sequencers. I like trying to work in different DAWs, even with MIDI, because they all push me in different directions and offer you different sound options in terms of the instruments.
Yeah.
That makes sense to anybody else?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does.
I often get inspired by working with visuals, so whenever I've been asked to do, it's not been very often, but when I've been asked to do something for video, I find that quite easy to work with. It's like the ideas come pouring out of me because of what I can see. And when I take that away, I'm like sat there struggling to make that first move, So maybe I should just accompany, just wipe the audio off tons of videos and just write along to them.
You see, I tried doing that Spitfire, or one of the Spitfire things. I think it might have been the one that you tried. Was it Westworld?
Yeah.
And writing to I'd never written to picture before, so I thought, well, let's give this a go. This will be fun. And I struggled. I really struggled because
I love it.
Yeah, I don't know. But then when I got that gig with Lorne, I didn't have any picture. I didn't even know what the film was about. He just sent me some top lines and said, put something on that. And it was easy as hell for me. That was just great. Yeah, I just sat there, the headphones on, and then just started noodling and came up with something, and then just hit record. But had that been, had he then shown me the scene where this was going to be used, I'd have just been like, no, can't do it.
Really helps you respect people who are good at it, who just capture, who actually create the overall vibe that through the filter through which you perceive the whole scene being played out. It's remarkable. When you meet somebody who's good at it, it's like, it's amazing.
Do you know Mel Wesson?
Yes, we've had him on the show. Yeah, I've known Mel sometime,
Mel's an extraordinary talented person at creating ambience. For visuals, he does a lot of that. And hand held up. I say I don't do MIDI. I don't record MIDI.
Right.
But I will still use MIDI. So I've got various different sequency things like yourselves. You've got NPCs. I use the command stations because that's what I was tied up building years ago. Those kinds of things, but everyone does it their own way. Everyone does it their own way. The way Mel does it, and the way, of course, Hans and all those other guys do it. It is quite extraordinary. David Arnold, another extraordinary talent.
Had him on the show.
Have you?
Yeah. We only got half a show out of him because he had to put his daughter to bed.
He did say he's coming back to do it.
Yeah, because he's been kicked out of there, hasn't he, for foreseeable until they get it all fixed up. But
I'm trying to remember what it was I'd done for David. Did some? Do you know what? I can't remember what it was. I know I did Mel's 3C for him. And, Oh, and I tried to do the Sonic Carrier, which I probably just should have stuck it in a bucket and set fire to it. Really, it was a horrible thing. But I cannot for the life of me remember what I did for David. It might have been an 80. Thinking about it, I think it might have been an 80.
Hopefully it wasn't a Prophet Mark II, Prophet 5 Mark II.
Oh, well, he would never have got it back.
Well, maybe in 100 pieces. But...
there'd be a police helicopter out looking for it.
Full of Behringer chips.
Fearing the worst.
Somebody just swore.
Have to do a recreation, of a bear attacking a Prophet 5, just to jog people's memories. So,
oh, wow.
So,
I was just thinking, Ben, we've had everybody in this thing. We're going to have Richard on in a few weeks. We should get Andrew on, shouldn't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Be up for that, Andrew?
What's that?
Coming on our show every Friday night, Pro Synth Network.
Yeah, go on.
I'll get my people to call your people.
It's like this, but more professionalism.
Just one Friday.
Getting gradually bladdered.
That's fine. That's fine. So
you're not allowed to say fuck or shit or wank.
No, you can. We're
completely. I've been trying to be nice.
I am.
We're completely independent. We serve no corporate sponsors. Our audience are our sponsors, and they're filthy, disgusting people. Most of them are in the chat right now,
and I say that with all due respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that's the ident for the show, chaps.
That's it. Oh gosh. I was going to introduce Martin with the BEF ident this week, but I realised I can't because we'll get a copyright strike, won't we? So, have you ever heard the BEF ident? The opening of every BEF album, they play this little. It's like a 20. Actually, they play it when they come on stage, don't they, Ben? You've played with F-17.
I have.
When they come on stage, unless they play this little. It's called the BEF ident.
Yeah.
It's something that.
So what's BEF? Help me out here.
The British Electric Foundation. So when Martin and Ian were kicked out of Human League, so that Phil could bring in the two girls and have hit records and stuff, initially, before they formed Heaven 17, they formed the British Electric Foundation, and Martin and Ian were going to be basically this production house, and that's how the first BEF album, which is where Tina Turner did her version of Ball of Confusion, which is kind of what then prompted her to kind of make her comeback. There was Sandy Shaw was on there, the famous Gary Glitter. One of the Nolan sisters was on there. Billy Mackenzie was on there. And they did this compilation. They produced electronic versions of old soul or country records. Glenn Gregory did a brilliant Wichita Lineman. and it was all
Wow.
electronic. Yeah, and
Never
seriously,
heard any of this. Amazing.
oh mate, I have to send you the link. It's such a good album. But then they decided to form Heaven 17, which was Ian, Martin, and they got Glenn to do vocals. And but BEF has always been this project that Martin does.
Thank you.
And the second album is really, it's got it's a real kind of soul R&B feel to it. He got in Lala Hathaway, Terence Trent D'Arby, who's now Sananda Maitreya, bunch of other kind of really good soul singers. Green Gartside's on that as well. Yeah, check them out. It's really good. But come and watch the show on Friday. We'll talk all about that. Plug, small plug.
Big plug. Big plug.
Big plug. Yes.
Big plug, yeah.
Go for it. I was just thinking,
How dare he?
what now? What?
What?
Plug.
Oh, of course, she's 7 seconds behind.
Oh,
the
because
rest
she's
of us.
behind us. Yeah.
But she's like that anyway.
What?
We all think she's going senile, but there's just a delay there. Yeah.
She's like that.
Sorry, Fee.
anyway. So, don't worry.
See, when we had Dom on, I wanted to get that clip from Stay Another Day, just a bit where he goes, "Stay now," and play that. But I knew I'd get a copyright strike, so I didn't do it.
What a
Oh,
shame.
yeah, that's right, yes.
I'd have had to strike my own vid.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Dear, oh dear. What's the time? Oh, I have to go in 20 minutes. But how long are you going to be on for? Or is that a silly question?
I've got nowhere else to go. So. I got nothing else to do.
You're not test driving any large American cars today?
Oh, good God, no. Do you know
Or
what?
crashing them?
I'm listed with about every single second-hand car site there is out there that will give me a notification.
No, I do that.
Yes, and you do that.
Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah.
The help does that.
So that if a 5.7 or a 6.1 300C estate appears on the market,
The crashing.
yeah, you do you ruined the one I got. So, and I'll get an instant notification, and there is none in the country for sale, not one.
Oh no.
You know why, though, don't you?
Yeah, they're
They've all
hiding in
broken.
the field somewhere just in case she ends up.
They've all
driving
had the sides ripped off them.
it. Yeah, what is it?
Do you think it's because petrol's so expensive and cars now are so expensive, second-hand cars, that people are going, well, if I'm going to have to pay that much anyway, I might as well get a fuel guzzler because it's not going to make that much difference. So.
Well, the weird thing is one of the reasons I wanted to go from the one I've got now, which is a 3 litre, is because it's diesel. And the petrol ones, strangely enough, are more efficient and cleaner. And yet, because I want one,
There isn't any around.
they will disappear off the face of the planet.
Yeah.
I had my because I bought my
I
last
seem
car.
to have offended the Prius owner over in the corner there.
I still can't get over the idea that you go 0 to 60 and slam on the brakes.
Oh, I don't slam on the brakes. That's the point. Have you seen the front of the car? She doesn't know what a brake
So you
is.
miss the brakes once or twice.
When she used to have her little smart car, she said, she goes, "Oh, it's really hard to park. So what I do is I just wait until I hit the back of yours, and that's it. Get out."
The Fiona parking sensor.
Yeah, it's like bang. That's it.
Fiona's
Look.
well known for her spatial awareness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got told the other day that second-hand car values are buoyant. I think was what the dealer said.
Yeah.
Not as
which-
buoyant as second-hand synth prices.
No, quite. Yeah, they're going the same way. And
Aren't they?
It's ridiculous here too, by the way.
yeah,
A CS80 sold today, privately, for 48,000.
Oh, you were supposed to tell me.
Oh well, I've told them now.
No
only
one's
about-
watching anyway.
It's about
Oh,
6
and-
people.
There wasn't a delay on that one, was there?
Yeah.
Damn it, I was
Money,
going to
you
bid
see.
50.
How does that work?
And the thing is, we were in. I was in negotiate.
Maybe that was about the parking thing.
Yeah. Fiona was in negotiations
Just
with this
waiting
guy
to tell him this.
to buy a CS80, and the guy's gone a bit quiet lately, isn't he?
Oh, dear.
So we think he's going to, because he was asking about 16 for it, but I reckon he's now going to come back going, "Oh, I want 80 for it."
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that was that Jupiter 6 that I sent you guys today was like $7,000.
Yeah.
For a Jupiter 6, and then the FS1R yesterday for 2,000, which is
An FS1R.
an FS1. 2,000. I got mine about 18 months ago for 895, I think it was, which I thought was excessive. And this guy wants $2,000, and then there was that Yamaha DX1, 76,500. He put it up for. I know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Kent's ready to renegotiate.
Well, he threw it up for 76.5, right? This is what he put on the description, right? This is a Swiss retailer. The price you see is not the actual price. I will wait for the best offer. And then followed up swiftly with PayPal will not be accepted because it would just be too high and the fees would be insanely high on both sides. Bank transfers only. Of course, I will pay the reverb fees. And like 24 hours later, that listing has now been removed because I think it contravenes. It contravenes like everything.
Yeah, but you've got to question the reasoning behind putting up a picture of a synth and saying 76,000, and then going, "This isn't the actual price of the synth." Then why put the fucking price up then?
Well, it's either a
Just
case
say
of
offers.
It's marketing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or there is that
overinflated market.
I'd never heard this before, but somebody put something on the group the other day about this is something that goes on. I wasn't aware of it, but they'll put something up at a really hefty inflated price to literally just kind of drive the market towards that figure. Yeah. But it's way beyond what it would normally go for. And it's just...
Well, it appears
people do that with planning applications. They put in some crazy planning application that gets knocked back, and then they put in a simpler one and goes, "Oh, that's much better. You can have that."
Yeah, that's the sort of thing.
Yeah,
that's what's going on.
Yeah. And I think as well, there's a chance of it going viral because the price is so ridiculous. It's like, have you seen the price of this?
We all
and
copy and
everybody's
share.
sharing it everywhere, and it gets loads of exposure for what it's selling.
So look, if the prices of these things, especially the CS80s, if they go up any more, I can just sell my parts and retire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what
and
the problem is...
electronics too.
Yeah. I think what the problem is, right? The problem is synthesizers, the world of synthesizers in terms of, them being a commodity has been around for like just, 52 odd years. Say, let's say 1970 is a conservative benchmark. So 50 odd years. We're now kind of approaching the span of time that is associated, with other things that now command hefty prices. Let's say vintage vehicles, for example. There is this kind of cut-off point where all of a sudden, all of that stuff that's 50 years old is now rare because it broke down or because they didn't make that many of them or sell that many of them back in the day. And they are now being appreciated. And I think as synthesizer owners, with the community of synthesizer enthusiasts, that's a shock to us. But it's not a shock to somebody who deals in vintage classic cars, because you would expect to pay hundreds of thousands for a classic Ferrari, or probably more, because there are not many around. They are absolutely gorgeous to look at. They sound amazing. They drive amazing. But they'll break down every, year and cost you a fortune. But, we're now getting into that phase. And I think we're just, as a community, we're just learning about this, and it hurts.
It is more attractive because there's less chance of, your Jupiter 8 getting hit by an Arctic.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
So, but that said, overinflating the market like this is very, very dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's going to bring all the wankers and idiots out of the woodwork. And you're going to say, "Oh, yeah, I've got my stylophone, mate. It's an original. 1,100 quid, mate, if you want it." But, I mean, it's got to the point now, if I need to get a 2030 VCO for a Prophet 5 Rev 2, it's not that far off now of having to go see a rather large gentleman in a dark suit and tie in a dark alley somewhere, late at night.
What, to sell your parts?
Yeah, just sell me.
Have a load.
I need a pocket fibre of 2 VCO. We can help you. Yeah, you know.
You're talking about
So
my cousin
You may need to do a favour for us first. You know.
You come to me
Yeah.
on the day of my daughter's wedding and ask for a Prophet 2 VCO.
I'm sorry, Don.
What are you gonna do for me?
It.
Sounds like my granddad.
So,
I'd have to do it in an Irish accent, though, wouldn't I? Jesus, Vicar.
but funny thing, isn't it?
Oh, here they come. Here they come. It's the racist police.
We're all sort of gear nuts, and I've got to say, I used the CS80 lots when it was first out, and I used the Polymoog when it first came out, and I thought it was magnificent when it first came out. I mean, it died lots and lots, but it was magnificent. But all those things now, I kind of bought enough other bits that I'd love to have one, but I'm not going to fork out. If I had to fork out even 10 grand for a CS80, I'd go, no, I can go and do other things with that. Much as I love one, it's a bit like the modular thing. I dreamt of the System 700 since I was a teenager. I've still got the original catalogue. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'd be anally plugging things in and making it go, But the truth is, I'll actually settle for a lot less than the stuff that I've now got. I imagine much the same as for you guys.
Well,
work the way you like to work. Yes,
a bold statement, I know, but because of I wanted this thing about getting my CS80 back again after deliberately destroying it, but the need to do that now has waned since getting that Hydrosynth.
Is it that good?
Yeah,
So
the
I'm told.
action is good. It's good. It's good enough, but what you put into it, it gives you back. But I want that. Obviously, I'd got to get the big one because I want that. Obviously, the keyboard's okay, but it's just a little bit too small for me.
Yeah,
and I need a bit more.
The programming system's really, really good on it as well. I've never really bothered programming mine, but when we had Glenn on the show, I thought I better have a look at this proper. And I was. It was just so easy to make sounds. I'm pretty rubbish at making sounds. Really, I'm okay. I'm okay at copying things, but it's just laid out in a dead good way, and those is it 8 controllers that you've got in the centre? They kind of do everything.
Yeah.
With combinations with button presses and that. It's great.
Well,
I think
one thing about the machine is, like for instance, the Blade Runner patch. That was a film in the 80s, Richard.
It's my favorite. My very favorite film. Funny you should mention it.
Yeah. Like Tears in Rain. It's very, very, very close to the Brass 1 and 2, the classic Brass 1 and 2. But there is a point where it gets a little fizzy as the brass envelope opens. And I've been messing with it to see if I can try and dial that back so it sounds more like an original 80. And I'm halfway through and I'm going, do you know what? It doesn't matter. Because when you play it and you put it in a mix, you just play it and people go, ooh.
Yeah.
It's 80 brass. And
certainly not worth 50 grand worth of machine to get that less of fizz, is it?
No.
Yeah, because it is just that little less fizz. And it's everything else that comes with it.
But, Glenn programmed a patch on the Arturia CS80, which a lot of people say is pretty awful, compared to the real thing. And
I think Glenn's all right, isn't he?
No, but he programmed a patch and he called it Blade Horn, and it's as good because he knew that instrument inside out. He knew how to get the best out of it, and to me it sounds as good as anything you'd get.
What was that other one? The rack one.
Well, the Descartes' Dream.
Descartes' Dream.
Yeah, Descartes' Dream. Yeah.
He was a character in the film, Richard. And what it was, I got one here because it had broken down. It was about 2 weeks old, and I was sorting it out for this guy. And I did the brass patch on it, and I'm listening to it, and I'm going, I think he had a broken CS80 that he was modelling this on.
Oh, right.
It's like wasn't right. But people on the on the net and everything going, oh, it sounds exactly the same as a CS80. I go, yeah, but it sounds the same as a CS80 that they hear in a track.
Yeah.
In a mix.
Yeah.
If you put it up against a CS80, then no, right? So sometimes you wonder about, does it really have to be that accurate? If it plays and feels right, bollocks, that's enough.
Yeah.
And besides,
And that's about the articulation and the performance, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the effects.
and the effects. I mean,
Because
that's why I've never got rid of the KX88, because it delivers that polyphonic aftertouch thing. So there you go.
There
You
you go.
see?
Yeah.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and here's Mr. Wiggly's got one as well. So
Yeah.
that's the thing, I get this all.
Got enough. Sorry. I was just saying, as long as it's got enough bottom end and top end that you can dial back on it. That's all you need, isn't it? If you've got something that's meant to sound like a CS80, but it's a bit lightweight, that's not good enough. But as long, if it's got that weight to the whole thing, then you're fine. I'm pretty sure. The Behringer to the Korg remake of the 2600 to the real 2600 all sound completely different if I had them side by side, I'm sure, But as long as they don't sound weak, it doesn't really matter. They can sound different.
What I did do, I did get it to sound exactly the same on the Hydra, but it was a faff. So in the end, you wouldn't bother. But technically what you do is you MIDI it to another synth doing sine wave, and that's it. Ooh. Because on the 80, the sine wave never went through the filter. It goes straight out.
Of course.
So I took the Pro 3.
Clever girl.
Which is... does that need a firmware update? Jesus Christ. It's more scatty than her. It's knobs are twitching all over the place. And everything. It's all over the place, right? So select the sine, just a straight
4,
sine.
3,
and play
2, 1.
She's listening to the Archers, mate.
No. She can't type and listen at the same time. Very weird. Yeah, and you played that sine wave from a different synth with it.
There you go.
And you get the CS80 brass, and
that's coming back unfiltered from the other synth. Of course. Yes, that's really clever. That's really smart.
And that's whenever I've done like research into sounds and stuff, that happens a lot. Like again, I'll refer back to Gamson of Scritty, when those bass lines that you hear in Cupid and Psyche and Provision, where it's massively punchy, and you ask him what it was, and he says, "Oh, well, that was a Matrix 12, or that was a Mini Moog." And but where's that punch coming from? And he says, "Oh yeah, DX7," because he programmed a patch on the DX7 that's literally just like this, just MIDI that up to a Matrix 12, and you play that, and you get the from the Matrix 12 and the bottom end from the sort of the what did he gave it a funny name, but yeah, that kind of little punchy bit from the DX7, and then the weight of the Matrix 12, and there's your Scritty bass line there. And
I always use the compressor for that, though.
Oh, right.
Just a really fast attack compressor.
Yeah.
That's the transient.
That's all he's done. Yeah. What did he get?
It's your slapper and your fluffer.
Your slapper and your fluffer. Talking of which, there's Jim.
What timing? Brilliant.
No, I must admit though, I think that's one of the problems now, and I'm guilty of this as well. You expect, a new product comes out on the market, you buy it, you want it to entertain you. You want it to do all the things that it says. Oh, we can do this, and you want it to just do it for you. Just push a button, and then all you've got to do is concentrate on pushing keys. Whereas, like Robbie was saying about adding one keyboard to help to produce one sound. So because when I first got Hydra and I was listening to obviously the CS80 patches, the other Blade Runner-y sound that was on there really didn't sound like it at all. And I went, and walked away from it, not thinking, no, go in there, you lazy bastard, and put it straight. Fix it. Turned out adding the sine wave again.
But isn't it depressing that, say for example, with the CS80, which is a dream synth for many people, and we've had all these kind of recreations or attempts at recreations, that the first thing that most people do when it comes to it is try to recreate the Blade Runner sounds.
Everyone does on every synth they buy.
Exactly, yeah.
Everyone. Well, I do. Sorry, I do.
But how about trying to create something new and wonderful and previously unheard of? But
We used to have signs up in the music shop that I used to work in.
I bet,
with the fines for the riffs back then, you know. Oh man,
Yeah, no
Miami
Prokofiev.
Vice. On the guitars. Man.
Yeah.
Right, well, I'm going to be...
I'm going to head off.
rude,
I'll be
and
back
I'm
in an
gonna
hour,
head off.
if you're still here.
If you're still here, I'll come back in a bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, before you go, Ben,
Yeah?
you know, you said about how you would like the sound of the Oasis.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let me just see. This might not work. Hang on. Is that working?
Cool.
You're listening to Funky Town.
Yeah.
With Ken Spong.
It's 3 a.m.
Nice.
Cork did some really good stuff, because how much of that was Moss based?
What was
Model-
that? Was that like the
That was the
demo
Oasis,
tune that
yeah.
comes with something?
A
Yeah.
rolling
'Cause
chord.
Yeah.
There's a patch on my Z1 which is a bass model, a model guitar.
Yeah.
And the demo patch that demonstrates that is kind of like that's really kind of cool and funky, and they really nailed that kind of acoustic modelling stuff, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, the outputs in the Oasis are just, they're
Anyway.
so clear.
I'm going to have to
gets
fly
messy.
as well. Like, sorry, Jim, it's got nothing to do with
Yeah.
it.
Oh, Jim.
It's literally
Smelly Jim.
Keep them on for an hour, Jim, and I'll be back.
You take over for the next hour. Just keep an eye
Yeah.
on him, all right? And then we'll take over again.
I'll try not to break anything.
And
honest.
I don't think Fiona's a moderator, so I think Kent has to make Fiona a moderator, who can then make someone else a moderator.
Be a
So-
moderator.
All right.
So
Okay.
she can't mod anyone else. All right.
We'll figure it
See
out.
you in
Yeah.
a little while.
See you now.
I'm off.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers, Ben. I think I'm gonna have to call mine as well for the moment. I've got to just go and check our new website, or not website, our new virtual world thing. I just need to get a quick steer around it. So I'll come back in an hour if I can.
Okay, Andrew.
Great to meet you. Great to meet you.
On YouTube. This isn't YouTube, darling.
Yeah. And so, Jim, you see, it was all you, mate. It was all you.
What did you do, Jim?
It's that shirt. If you'd have come in wearing anything but plaid, you know.
Yeah,
Spec it,
yeah.
man.
I've got plenty of the shirts, but I've got quite a collection of shirts actually.
You didn't hear about the dress code, huh?
Yeah, the dress code. Yeah.
3 dots.
I'm gonna go and perm my hair.
Yeah, I'm gonna perm both of mine.
Guys, I'll speak to you. I'll try and catch up with you in an hour. Otherwise, Rich, Ken, if you want to do something on Friday, just drop me a line or something. Drop me a DM.
Oh, buddy.
Okay, listen, good to see you all.
Yeah.
Cheers,
stuff,
mate.
This was fun.
Yeah,
This was fun.
cheers.
Well
Take
done,
care.
mate. Bye.
Ta-da, buds. Right, I'm trying to make her a moderator, and I might as well be trying to get into the vault at the Bank of England.
Trying to moderate one's wife.
Yes.
Discuss.
That's dangerous.
Is it legal? First, did you put a thing up so I can click this?
What?
Darling?
Are you guys talking about me again?
Yes.
No, they're talking
It's
about
Richard
me.
again.
I'm the one who killed the mood.
Blame me. I'm good.
So how you been, mate?
I've been all right, yeah. So a few changes in the studio. This black thing to the right of me, well, left as you're looking, is a new coffin case that I picked up for doing sort of live stuff. But but I think they're probably going to end up burying me in it as well. It's so fucking heavy. It's ridiculous. It doesn't fit in the boot of my car either. It has to go on the back seat, so that's a bit of an issue.
Should have got a Chrysler, mate.
Yeah, I know.
So that beautiful mic that's right in front of you? I don't think that's what we're listening to. Are you sure that's what we're listening to?
It should be.
Yeah, I know it should be, but I think we're listening to whatever
Yeah, it
device.
sounds like you're in a shoebox.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound close like it would if it were that.
Right, let me
microphone.
just
telling
go
you.
in.
Pardon me for interrupting.
Yeah. Let me
Carry
just
on.
check. No, it's good. It's good. Let's have a look at the audio.
Good call, Rich.
You're absolutely right. That's not the right.
Spent that much on a mic.
It's like a laptop that's halfway across
Oh,
the
then
room.
is
Or
that
something.
better?
It's not. It's...
Oh, there you go. There
we
you
go. Please continue.
Okay, is that any better?
Yeah,
nice
great.
call. Cool. That's really cool. Because obviously I'm monitoring through the actual sort of mic preamp it's going into, which has a feed coming back out of my sound card. So everything sounded lush to me. So I had no idea what it sounded like in your end. So good call. I love this mic, by the way.
Please try to remember where you were when I
still
interrupted
M102.
you.
Yeah, you see, the sound engineer noticed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole interview of me
not the,
sitting in front of a
keyboard
giant microphone,
Yeah.
and that's not the
Yeah.
microphone you're hearing. And as I watch the thing, it drives me nuts because it's like I had no idea, just in the position you were just in.
Oh, God.
So I was channeling my own frustration.
Oh, no. Well, thank you for.
Hi again.
for
Saying
saving me.
hi to Jim. I thought if Kent can come in his dressing gown, so can I. So
I like it.
You mean Ty?
Like it.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Hey,
Thank you,
Andy.
Richard.
Yeah,
So hi Jim, how are you, fella? Nice to see you again.
Cool.
Right. Got any questions, babe?
Huh?
Got any questions?
About what?
Yeah, good.
I think she's just having an online relationship
as
here.
last time, but. So for those that don't know, me and Andy actually go way back in the scene in Sheffield, like 25 years, something like that.
Oh, robbing shops.
So.
Are you guys hearing? Are you guys hearing each other, Andy and Jim? I think Andy's gone.
I think
gone
Andy's
frozen.
Frozen.
I'm moderating now. I'm not sure. I think Andy's frozen.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, now Andy's
frozen.
unfrozen.
Oh,
Yeah. Either that or is taking the
So
mannequin
tell me about
challenge
this
to another
history
level.
of knowing each other from Sheffield,
Definitely.
please.
That's some serious skills there.
Please tell us about the Sheffield connection with you guys, please.
Yeah, so in the sort of mid to late 90s, we were both in Sheffield in the same sort of. Oh, can you guys hear me? Okay,
I'm hearing
there's a
you.
bit of a
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
lag going on.
Yeah. Are you
you
listening
guys hear me?
to? Are you listening to StreamYard or
Yeah,
are you
cool.
listening to YouTube?
Yeah. So yeah. StreamYard.
Okay.
No, I'm listening to StreamYard
Well, it is coming back.
because
real
obviously
late.
the
That's
YouTube's a
interesting.
bit laggy, isn't it?
You might want to make sure you've got YouTube muted. If you've got YouTube open.
Yeah, there seems to be a delay.
Yeah, it is.
Big delay.
Yeah, I've got YouTube open, but it is muted.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry that
Carry
was
on.
my
Sheffield.
that was my lovely VPN thing kicking in again. That stupid thing. I thought I'd switched it off. Well, I don't know. I'd have to disable that somehow properly because it
I think
really causes
everything
more problems than it's
Went a bit slow
seems
then.
to solve. Oh, did it? Right. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll switch that thing. I only did it because the tech guy at work said if you're doing transactions online, you should use one of these. So I thought, oh, well, I've got that. I can. And apparently, all it seems to do is mess everything up. So switch it off.
I think it's frozen your picture as well.
Depends on how you. Yeah. Well, it depends on how you've set it up.
Am I all frozen?
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, your video is
Yeah.
frozen.
Oh, is it?
Let it
Yeah.
go.
Let's
Let
do
it
that.
go. Are you moderating now?
Was that made any difference?
Either that or you're extremely good at acting.
All right. Oh well.
Yeah, if I take you out and put you back in again. Oh, that didn't work.
Am I moving?
No.
Now you're in a dark room.
Oh,
Am I switched all the lights off?
You're all dark.
It's film noir for you. The rest of the
Quite a
day.
bit of it, yes. Scandi noir. We've all got to speak Swedish. Ursäkta, jag talar inte svenska.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's about in every
Why? Because
language,
I'm moving around. I'm looking at the screen.
Everything's slowing
I can
down
see
a bit for me as well.
I can see my hands.
I'm kind of in Matrix bullet time here.
Oh, right.
Anyway,
I just want to say hi to Jim. So, hi, Jim.
This is-
as you can see, I am in my gym jams, and I am about to go to bed because I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning because we got an inspection at work, and it's all just. Bleh. So I just thought I'd pop in and say hi, Jim.
Oh, here you are.
Yeah. Oh, have I reappeared?
Yes, you're all movie now.
Isn't the internet very strange? But anyway, yeah, so I thought I'd...
Everything's kind of caught up for me as well.
How bizarre.
Yeah.
Just in time for Jim to for Andy to say goodbye.
What have I interrupted? Sorry.
Nothing at all.
No. We were just talking about Sheffield and how we know each other from the scene there.
Oh yeah, yes. It goes back a long way, doesn't it, Jim? Yeah, those rather sweaty nights in rather sweaty nightclub in downtown Sheffield underneath the railway arches, and they were heady days. But do you know, I missed them. But the last time I went to an event even closely similar, I couldn't hack it. It got to about 12:30, and I was just thinking, I've got beers in the fridge, and I've got a nice I couldn't. I was thinking, I used to stay up till 5 o'clock in the morning doing this, and I'm thinking, and that must be about 15 years ago. So now that I'm old and grey and slightly rounder around the middle, the thought of going, every now and again I get adverts for these sort of nights still in Sheffield. I mean, there's a number of them that are still going on, and I think, I'll go along to that, and I realise, no, you will be asleep by 12:30. That's the problem. It just doesn't work anymore. You know.
It's the BPM I can't handle anymore.
Exactly. I mean, there is no groove.
Anything above 140 BPM, I'm just like,
you're right.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's just. But Jim, that started to happen. In the sort of early 2000s. In fact, that was one of the reasons I just stopped, because I'd lost interest in it. I was going to these things and thinking, I just don't like this anymore. I don't like the music. It's just. It's just boom, 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 wibby, 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 boom, boom, boom. And I'm thinking, oh, what?
Yeah. All sort of monotonic.
There's no groove, no dynamics, nothing. It was all like that from 11 o'clock till 5 o'clock, and I just thought, God, this is just wrong.
It's like the audio equivalent of a migraine or something, wasn't it?
Something. Yeah, but see, we were children of the late 80s, early 90s, and once it got into the 2000s, we were fossils. So,
well, imagine how I feel.
But no, Richard, man, you're playing with chic. I mean, you got groove. I mean,
thank you.
I mean, how much more groovy can you actually get? Believe me.
I understand, but I'm 65 years old, and I started with synthesizers in 1972.
Yeah.
So it's all got a different contextual kind of layout in my experience.
Of course, yeah.
That's the year I was born. Yeah, 72. I've
got you got 3 years on you there.
I know,
but it's true. I think we do have our context, don't we? I mean, I first became aware of synthesizer and electronic music. First of all, it was the Doctor Who theme on the telly, because that was just so out there and weird. And then sort of Jean-Michel Jarre came through, and then there was Gary Newman on Top of the Pops. Oh, that was a life-changing moment. I think a lot of people of my age will go, because I was about 9 or 10 years old when Our Friends Electric was on Top of the Pops, and it was like, Oh wow, that was amazing! And it was the first moment where my mum and I didn't agree. We always used to agree on everything on Top of the Pops. Yeah, that was great. That was rubbish. That was that. And Gary and I was going, that was amazing. And my mum, oh, well, that was awful, wasn't it? It looked like a robot. It was just drift. And I was like, oh, I've just heard the future, you know. And that was me. And then a little later on, a mate of mine was, he was very much into. I'd got big into classical music, and he just said, "I don't want to listen to classical music at your house. Let's put this on." And he put some Ultravox on, mid-Ewer generation Ultravox, and I got, "Oh yeah, synthesizer. I'm a pianist. Keys. I can play though because it's that association of synthesizers and keyboards." Yeah, I only got a little keyboard there now because they're not really when you get into it, but I can do. And that was where it started for me. The Ultravox and. That realization and this love, and then the love of electronic music, and then going backwards. I went backwards. I went back into the 1970s and went to, Tangerine Dream. Really, Tangerine Dream was my big sort of electronic music wake up, and hence me faffing about this bloody Mellotron thing on the MPC. I just love it. It's just still, and I keep going back to it. The late 80s, early 90s, the techno house and stuff, when electronic music became properly groovy, that to me was great. And of course, I mean, all that sort of disc is like that fusion of disco and Kraftwerk, which house and techno really sort of was, I think, in a lot of people's eyes. Was I just loved it, and that was my moment, my music. That's where I go, yeah, I want to be in this. I want to be in this little bubble. And then that little bubble became this international thing that's become dance music and club music these days. And that's what, when it became commercial, that's when it sort of became far less interesting. But,
yeah. I mean, I kind of came in and out of electronic music, sort of like yourself. Art of Noise was my gateway. It just absolutely blew my mind. Just wow, just all these structures and feelings created just from random noises and samples. It was just incredible.
It still sounds amazing today.
Yeah,
doesn't it? It does.
I was just listening close to the edit yesterday. Actually, I was just like, oh my god, brilliant. And
Max Headroom,
Tangerine Dream. I had all the Tangerine Dream stuff. But then as I became a teenager, I think I got a little bit angrier and went the sort of heavy guitar route and got into sort of rock music for a while, and then sort of thrash metal and stuff. And then came out of that when my brother started. My brother was quite a big influence on me musically, and he started getting into sort of dance music and techno when I was about sort of 18, something like that. And then I started getting into that, because it appealed to that kind of very driven kind of guitar music.
Well, yeah,
I was into as well.
It was quite hard. I mean, some of the techno stuff was really quite aggressive.
Well, I got into System 7, which was kind of like a little bit crossover. Steve Hillage, so crossover with the guitar and the sort of techno-y sort of stuff. And that was kind of like my way. And then I started getting into all the R&S records, stuff out of Belgium, which was just sort of blew my mind. Some of those things, and a bit more sort of acid house and stuff.
I still blow people's minds when I tell them about it, because they said to me, "Oh, when did you first hear your first synthesizer and get into it?" And I went, "Barbra Streisand." Do you know what I mean?
Now go on, explain more then, Ken.
Well, what it was, she did this, I suppose you'd call it a special. And she was on, there is a video on YouTube, but that's not the one I saw. And she was on stage, and she did Come Back to Me, and another one of her hits. But on stage was a Moog 3C, an ARP 2500, an ARP 2600, and a Mini Moog, and then a few props sort of thing. And she was using a tape echo and singing into the tape echo. I'd never heard of, wasn't aware of what a tape echo was before. And that got me really intrigued. And the only way I could find out what a synth was from a picture of a VCS3 in the Encyclopedia the Britannica. I'm not going to get that word out. And So I could see this and go, oh, that's what a synthesizer looks like. Where do you, but no internet, you don't know where you're going to, where to get it from, where to go to see one. And like yourselves, sometimes you'd hear interesting sounds like the noise of the crashing noise, white noise on Bridge Over Troubled Water and stuff like that. You hear that at the end, you go, "Ooh, what's that? What's that?" But when it became more mainstream, then you sort of like, Jar's come along, and it's more out there, and then like with you, the big moment of Gary Newman on Top the Pops and stuff like that.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned Bridge Over Troubled Waters, because is it true then that the strings on Bridge Over Troubled Waters are all basically a Moog modular? No, Richard's shaking his head.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't have thought
I mean,
so, no.
I'd be really, really surprised if that was true. I think it's real humans sawing away.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it sounds like real strings to me.
Crashing going on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like real. But I just got this thing. I'm sure I'd read somewhere that the strings on it were
I don't know for a fact, but I could be wrong.
No, I don't. I've never seen any reference, and now I think, did I make that up? Is this another?
Well, put it
is
this
this
way,
another Brooksy myth that I've just made up?
Your average Moog modular. Well, your average Moog modular, whether it was a 55 or a 3C, there isn't enough elements in the cab to get anywhere near getting the elements required to even start to do a reasonable string sound. Not really.
That's a fair point.
So on the subject of what was the moment where you first saw this instrument performed where it absolutely gripped you, having heard previously Switched on Bach by Wendy Carlos when it came out, and then quickly become an Emerson, Lake and Palmer fan, on the tour for the album Tarkus, I saw them at Madison Square Garden, and that was my moment of epiphany, followed the next February by seeing Rick Wakeman touring Fragile with Yes. And that 2 Mellotron, 2 Mini Moog rig that he had with the Hammond and all the RMI piano and all this. And I was just agog at what was possible by then, and how much practicing I needed to do.
Oh, yeah. and it's still, those things are still really inspiring to watch. Yeah. Again, when I was talking about stuff, I never mentioned the prog rock stuff, because again, that's something that I've only actually gone back, because when I was getting into all the synthesizer stuff, I mean, it was obviously the early 80s, the new wave, the new romantics, the synth pop stuff, and that got a bit of a bad name. Nobody wanted to listen to Yes. I mean, what? And then when you go back and now, and I've gone back and listened to this stuff, listen to Yes and Gong and Camel and all these prog rock bands, it's like, this is amazing stuff. It's absolutely fantastic. And when you watch Rick Wakeman, I mean, there was a video, I can't remember where I've seen it probably on YouTube, and he's playing it's in a Yes concert, but he's playing is it the Anne Boleyn track from the Six Wives of Henry VIII? And it's just, and you think, how did he make a sound like that? And he's got no sequencers, it's just him playing them, and it's fantastic to watch.
Yeah,
it makes you realize just what an amazing musician and how rubbish I am, really.
No, I'm not trying to make it about that, but at the 71 ELP concert, they open with the piece Barbarian, which is the first song on their first album, and it's an organ feature, much like the Nice had been, and it's based around the Bartok piece, Allegro Barbaro, which he plays in the middle of the thing. And then they do Tarkus, and they kick off the thing, and that first synth that comes in, which goes, wee, wee, whatever, everybody just went, oh, like nobody had heard anything like that before. Nothing like it.
The ribbon controller.
No, he was playing it. It's a keyboard part. He's got his other hand on the Hammond, and he's got the Giant. But what looked at the time like Giant, which today is either it's probably a 55 or a 35. series Moog, but it seemed giant at the time. But if you look at the films of that tour, it's not as big as what came later with the brain salad surgery tour. But the point is, when he laid his hand on that thing, you could literally feel the entire room gasp. Like nobody, it was, what is that? Like, it sounds great enough on the album, but when it came out in a freaking hockey rink, it was just mind blowing. Because there was nothing before it. It was like the first time you saw Hendrix play. There was nothing that came before it that explained what was about to happen at that moment, and that was just, whoa. And everything seemed magical from that moment on throughout the whole rest of the show, because Keith can, obviously play ridiculously well. And at the time, and the music is what it is. At the time, it wasn't prog. It was just, music was a wide open sort of field. Yeah, he had already done the Nice, which had done classical interpretations on organ-based rigs because the synthesizers weren't there yet. But when ELP showed up and he got that big Moog, that made a huge splash. And then Wakeman, like I said, a Fragile was a really, really vital. This was a very vital time in music in general. There were all kinds of avenues. King Crimson, Procol Harum had preceded all of that. I mean, there was just a tremendously vital energy to the creation level of music at that time that as the old fart in the room, I'd like to say, seems to be missing to some extent. On the other hand, I do see tremendous things happening now too, so I'm not that far out of touch. But
it's all below the surface though, isn't it? All the stuff that's really you've got to scratch below, and then the new stuff is there underneath. And I think that's where Bandcamp, I just think has been amazing. I found all sorts of fascinating things through that. I don't hear it's quite so much on the radio. You just go, and then you get it's recommended. You go, oh, I'll listen to that. Oh, that's brilliant. I love that.
Yeah. Well, radio doesn't have this. Radio doesn't sit in the same place in the culture as it did then, because then that was such a tremendous portion of the media that if you were getting played on the radio, a lot of people were hearing it, and it was all focused in this one area. But at the same time, it was a time where, the Fillmore would have concerts where the opening act was, Tim Hardin, who's a folk singer, and the second act would be like Santana, and the headline act would be Miles Davis. Like three completely different style presentations could be placed on a stage, and they'd charge you $3.50 and $4.50 a ticket, and they would pack the place, and everybody would go home culturally enlarged, but for the experience. And what happened was, when it became less of an art-driven business and more of a commerce-driven business, then things started getting packaged and marketed and now branded in such a way that they're perceivably similar and appropriate to each other. So you get package tours. And mind you, I do these. I'm not like taking a stand against them or saying that there's something wrong with this. I'm just pointing it out. And, our band has played on these various package tours. Some of them, one of them that went through Sheffield, as a matter of fact, what I used to like to refer to as the traveling disco flea circus, where they would put together all these bands that had hits in a certain particular time slice that everybody of a certain age group is going to buy a ticket to come and see. And we would typically play chic songs, as one might imagine.
Well, did any of you ever feel at any point that you were going to disengage from music?
Did.
I mean,
yeah,
completely.
I did.
I mean,
from 2003 to about 2014, none of this was. Oh, Kent, you saw what state that blooming thing was in behind me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was left in here, propped up, nothing connected for over 12, 13 years, whilst I ceremoniously chain smoked over it. And because I was just saying, wasn't I? I'd got bored with it. I'd realised that my aspirations to become a professional musician were never going to be realised because I didn't have the talent. I think you have to realise that at some point. The other people are doing this way better than me. I'm just doing my thing. I enjoyed it. A lot, but there came a point where this isn't going to happen. And I don't like what's happening in the scene that I'm part of. I've lost the muse and I walked away. and played golf for 15 years.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I got quite good at it as well. You know?
Competitively?
I got down to 8 handicap. You know, I played. So I played a lot of golf. But it was just I used to play as a boy, but then again, that was something that just stopped when I grew up and I got into the music stuff and went to university and got that. And then the music stopped, and it was like a guy at work said, "Anybody want to play golf at half-term holidays?" I went, "Yeah, all right then, why not?" And I got the bug for that, and then things go around in circles. I honestly, I turned my back on it, and I didn't play. I hardly switched anything on. I never bought any new music. I was just if I was listening to music, it was the music I already had. So there's a whole gap from about 2004 to 2013, 2014 when I know nothing about the technology and nothing about the music that was happening. It's a big hole, and I've had to go back and sort of. But people talk about bits of gear, and I go, I have no idea what that is, or artists, and I go, who? And quite significant people, and I've no idea who they are. So, and then around 2014, again, YouTube is part of it. I think I typed Minimoog into YouTube and watched the video, and then I watched another one, and then I got connected to it, and then I realized you can buy Volkers, these little ditty things. I was like, oh, that's interesting, and my interest was resparked, and I thought, do you know, I miss it. I'd like to do that again, and there's and then you sort of ease your way back into it, and suddenly all this has happened.
Yeah.
Oh my word!
And then you're broke from there.
Yeah, modular.
You better not hope so, Kent, because I think I'm going to owe you some money fairly soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much.
I mean, for me, I've never stopped since I first picked up a guitar. It was I can't really. It's where I find a great deal of joy and happiness. So why would I deny myself that? Yeah. And I just love it. So I've ever since 15, I've been playing guitar, and the synthesizers have been a bit later. Obviously in the 90s had some and stuff, and then went a bit in the box. But then I kind of got a little bit out of electronic music, just playing guitar in like funk bands and doing like meters covers and stuff like that, which was really good. And then sort of indie punk bands and then sort of got back into sort of doing more electronic music again. But yeah, it's just I couldn't imagine not having it in my life at all.
Yeah.
Did you, Richard? Did you ever have a time when you thought,
many times,
I've had enough of this?
I quit playing music more than once.
Car maintenance. All right, interesting.
Okay, so I went to college for music. I was lucky to get in, and I graduated college with a degree in music. And I was in a band at the time, and I really enjoyed what we were doing. And then the band broke up the following year, and I moved cities. I moved from Ithaca, New York, to Boston. And I didn't have anything hooked up in Boston, and I really wasn't sure what I was going to do. And I ended up spending a few years selling hi-fi and mostly doing occasional keyboard sessions. But I was pretty sure at that point that I didn't want to just play in a band, because I could see that the bar scene was not conducive to what was that interesting to me, and the things that were interesting to me weren't being played there. So I made a very early decision to keep music special in my life, and I was willing to sacrifice it as my source of income in order for that to happen. I made a decision very early on. I could do other things to make money as long as I could keep music in a special place in my life. And I may choose to play it or not play at any given point. I started playing professionally when I was 15 years old. So by the time I graduated college, I'd been gigging for 6 years in various contexts, in various bands. And I was pretty sure that I could do that. I even took a semester off from school to prove to myself, from college, to prove to myself that I could just go out and play for my living if I ever had to do that. But I kind of decided I didn't want to do that. And then my career took a whole lot of turns over the next 10 years. After graduating, some of them retail, some of them in home entertainment, home theater type of pursuits in the 1980s, which is a totally different business than the one that it is now. I worked in audio So I would install home theaters at times. I worked in service, particularly with respect to tape machines. I ran a major recording studio and became chief engineer of one. I did a whole lot of different things to try to make myself more valuable as a musician without a goal in mind, without any job that I ever saw in the future that might incorporate all of those things. And then one day when I was teaching audio and MIDI at a small college in 1988, my phone rang. And it was a gentleman with an English accent who said that he was calling on behalf of Nile Rodgers, and he'd gotten my name from New England Digital, and would I be interested in coming to talk to them? And the first thing I did was look at the phone and think, which one of my friends is smart enough to do this? I just didn't believe. I didn't believe it, and at that moment, I had not played music for my living as a vocational thing, at least for 10 years, or 7, 8, 9, 10 years. It was because I just, if I wasn't going to be doing the thing that interested me or the right thing, I could just keep doing it myself and write songs or do whatever I wanted to do, play in little jazz groups or what have you. And then I got a call from Nile Rodgers in 1988 and changed my life. And I had been at the studio that I ran in the early 80s, working on major records with famous artists and label deals and all of that. And I had credits at that point, but it really shifted into overdrive when I met Niall in 1988. And I've been on some level relying on my musical skills ever since for my living. And as I have heard it said before, and I've said to other people, when your hobbies become your vocation, it's time for some new hobbies.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I did have a record label in the 90s as well.
Oh, cool.
That kind of, the problem with that was it took a lot of the enjoyment out of making music for me. And so, we had some releases, and I found that I was doing most of the sort of the grunt work for the label and the organizing and everything. So I was kind of like, we sort of called it a day. And after that, I was like, I don't really want to be forcing myself to think of it as a job, because I just want to do it for the love of it. So I've since sought other ways of sort of making a living. I had a really good job that wasn't particularly well paid, working in a secondary school over here, running a studio and video edit suites. And that was just fantastic. I basically built the studio and got given a budget and built this recording studio, and it was just the best job in the world, recording all these kids who are so talented, and a number of them are actually professional musicians now, including Lucy Ward, the folk singer. She's won like BBC Two Folk Award and stuff. And
very nice.
Yeah, and it was great sort of doing that. And then now I'm actually a software developer of all things.
I see.
Which is like, just I really enjoy it. It's really sort of creative, and in a great company, I pretty much get to do what I want most of the time anyway. So
cool.
And
Excellent.
And so having, that for my income, and then the music's just for the love, it means I just got the freedom and could just do what I want. And not worry about it,
Mm-hmm.
But,
because I think I disengaged twice. I think the first time was, funny enough, because of my mum, who was doing the get a real job. Because I wanted, I'm a musician, I want to go out, I want to do this, I'm going to get a record contract. No, go and get a proper job. So a few years disappeared, repairing cars. But when I did come back into it, it was a godsend, because the reason I had stopped repairing cars is when I lost my mind, basically, and I became agoraphobic, and the whole world changed, and I couldn't leave the house, which was it's like a corona lockdown, but it's going to go on forever. And it was mixed in with lots of panic attacks every day, and all this kind of thing. And music grounded me, and I was able to focus and try and make my life better, because at the time I just wanted to die. And there is I think it was an interview I did quite a few years ago now, for my nephew who was doing a college film, and he wanted me to talk about it. And I'm talking about, standing in the back garden 2:00 in the morning one night with a huge carving knife, trying to make up my mind whether to kill myself or not. It's just, what? And it was a turning point, but it was still tied in with music and playing and just trying to find yourself. And then I gave it up again because I started going out with this girl who didn't want me to get involved with keyboards, and I sold every single stick for this girl. Yeah, what you're doing for a shag, lad. Aye. So, and then
what would Meatloaf have said to that?
Yeah. He goes, well, definitely, probably might not have done that, but but eventually I ended up with this one, who is, actually enormously not as psychopathic as the last one, but a little bit. But no, she's a gorgeous girl, and I started buying the keyboards and getting back into it again. And then, I'd been doing the repairing for about 5 or 6 years before that, and and it all took off again. Then it went mad. But I enjoy it much more now, like with you, Andy, where I decided I'm never going to do anything with it.
No aspirations anymore.
No,
it's
I'm
much nicer.
I'm not going to see the stage at Wembley unless you show me a photo. But that is about it, And it's been grand. It's been so therapeutic. Because I was seeing psychiatrists and stuff like that, and honestly, it's useless, because if you're not able to communicate and gel with the psychiatrist, you don't get anywhere. It's just a waste of time. And I wasn't going to do drugs again, because Prozac, and I think they put me on haloperidol. I lost a whole weekend. I took half a tablet and that was it. And then I sort of like, it's Monday kind of thing. So it's always been really brilliant from that point of view, and it's just been the business. I couldn't give it up now anyway, so if you want me to give it up, sorry. What? Thing is, she's quite good actually, because she lost, when did she lose your job? About 2 years ago now, isn't it? So she lost her job due to Corona and all the rest of it, and she was wandering around the place just making it look dusty and dirty and untidy.
Oh man.
So I said, look, this is how you bush a Pratt Reed keyboard. And I went, all right, that's easy enough. All right, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. And now she's got into Adreno, haven't you, done? Doing all sorts of weird things in the corner. So it's a part of my life now, I must admit. But yes, dear. But it's, as far as I did at one point disengage from synthesizers and went down a different musical route. This is how I ended up, like
not guitars,
but I was playing keyboards, but it was in a reggae band, and then I mean, for instance, because my mum was she was Irish and very, very strict, and I used to have to sneak out, like say on a Friday, and get my mate's car and change in his car. So it was put me DMs on and me dungarees and all the rest of it to go to an Ian Jury concert in the Leather Bottle pub in Camden, sort of thing, bouncing about, giving it the large. And which is about as far away from a mini moog as you could possibly get. So so it's been very interesting, very, very windy road.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for sharing that, Kent. I can relate to being in that position where you're thinking of ending it. I mean, that's where music kind of saved my life. When I was like 15, well, 14, got a guitar on my 15th birthday, which was like a beaten up, crappy classical that someone had put steel strings on that cost like 10 quid or something. It was an absolute piece of crap. But it was my in to being able to express myself in a way that I hadn't been able to up until that point. And never look back. Never look back.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of musicians who are, you know, if you took their musical capability away from them, you'd be locking them up. You know, it's always been very grounding, and even for people who don't play, but use music, listening to music to ground themselves as well. So, and sometimes you think, you know, when people are talking about, you know, some new products come out and it doesn't do this well and it doesn't do that well, and you think, you know, but it's everything that's behind it that seems to be so important, rather than the nuances on the front end. So.
So you gave up more than just keyboards for a minute.
Well, it was about 10 years.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm just.
And do you know what?
Tying it to the original question.
Yeah, but do you know what was what was really interesting was, because I had to get rid of this stuff, I had to get rid of it all in one hit. So there was you know, it was M1, a VFX, an ESQ1, an EPS, all this sort of stuff.
VFX.
Some really weird Casio 4-track sequencer. Really weird thing it was.
Oh, that thing.
It didn't.
The sort of grey thing that, like a
but
brick.
It didn't seem to have. I don't know whether it was broken from the day I bought it, but you couldn't trigger it from anything. You had to go over to it and press start, and then run back, and just start playing the next bit. You couldn't do it remotely. So I had to get rid of all this stuff, and I had a guy who showed interest, and he said, "But look, I can only pay you like about 250 quid now. Can I pay you in instalments?" I went, "Yeah." Never saw him again. I was like, "Oh, great." So there you go.
Oh dear.
I wouldn't do it now. Would I do?
It'd take too long now, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Like having a conversation with Ty one day, and I say, "Yeah, one of the monitors has gone down." He goes, "How many you got then?" 8. He goes, "Why do you need 8 monitors in one studio? You don't need 8. I do. There's so much stuff running at the same time. I've got to have it going. So just gets out of hand.
It's a world apart. I don't think I could ever understand, or even understand how you get to that point. I'm just too limited, because one of the results about me taking a step back around 2000 and whatever year it was, 2003 was that was the point where the computer was really beginning to take off as the centerpiece, the powerhouse. I'd been in a group called Chillage People, and we'd done an album, and we'd had 2 Macs. They weren't mine. One belonged to Rupert, one belonged to Tom. One was dedicated to running the MIDI, one was dedicated to running the audio, both on running Cubase, sync together via one of those Mark of the Unicorn boxes. That belonged to them. So they, Rupert and Tom dealt with all of that. My Atari ST was forgotten because we don't need that anymore. Yeah. So by the time I then got to the point where I was saying, right, I'm out of this, I'd missed all that development with the computer, and now I've got to sort of try and get my head around it all, like how it all works, and it's a mountain. Yeah. It's steep. It's a steep learning curve, that, for me, because basically I'm not very capable of the technology stuff. I find it really hard. With the computer side of it, I find it really difficult. Really difficult.
Yeah, so do I.
Really hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all you got to do is look back at the beginning of this show. It's, you know what I mean? I'm going, Why isn't that working?
Yeah,
How
but see,
come I can't hear them?
You just jumped in at the deep end. Everybody else has done trial
Right.
runs beforehand to see if it works.
You didn't
and
think you
go,
basically
let's,
didn't-
let's just switch
now
it
you
on.
mentioned
Yeah.
trial runs. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, I knew that some of it. Oh, thank you, Dan. I knew that some of it worked from doing the Pro Synth Network show, but I wasn't sure about the rest of it. You know,
The hosting part.
Yeah, yeah, and even then, I'm not considering myself the host. I'm just sort of.
Okay, Fiona's the host.
Yeah, I'm just one of the windows.
Can I just ask another question? Totally, it's not about. It is about hosting. Fiona, are you Fleabag?
Yeah.
Right. It's only taken me this long to work it out. Told you I was thick.
What does that mean? Are you Fleabag?
In the chat, there's one of the moderators is Fleabag, and I've just sort of scratching my chin. I'm going. I see. That must be. Yeah. So, sorry.
What,
Richard,
over on YouTube? You mean?
Yeah, on the YouTube chat
I
box.
see.
Yeah. There's. Sorry, Fiona. I hadn't realised. I've just worked it out, and now I feel like.
So you are Brooks, right?
Yeah, I'm Andrew Brooks in the chat.
Yeah, all right. I thought so.
Cryptic.
I've got a question for you, Rich. What's the guitar in the background?
What a weird question.
Expensive.
It is. It was expensive, but I love it. It's a Telecaster made by a company in Nashville area called Bluesman Vintage.
Ooh, nice.
And it plays like a champ.
Oh,
I love it. I love it.
Very nice.
And there's another one coming out. I'm sorry, I can't join in here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in time.
Oh, we've got a Strat.
I got a Strat with my
Yeah,
skulls.
what am I looking at? I'm looking at the wrong screen. That's why.
What's
Okay,
interesting
there we
is I can't play guitar. I can't. I don't even know where the notes and chords are. But I thought it'd be nice to have one. Can you? Go on then.
Got another telly. This one.
Very nice.
Oh, is it?
This one's a
What kind of
G&L.
pickups are those?
Oh, okay.
It's a G&L, so these are like the MFD pickups.
I see.
So
Does it present like a telly?
it's like a telly on steroids, really. It's very, very nice. So this is like Leo Fender's last company, G&L.
Well, I'll play the spoons then.
No, I had somebody ask me in the chat on one of the other shows and go, "Oh, what's your guitar?" And I went, "It's a wooden one." That's all I know. It's wood.
It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love a telly. There's just something about them. I'm not a Gibson man.
So I wasn't really looking for a guitar when these people, this company, showed up backstage at a concert we were playing in Nashville in 2017 with a whole bunch of guitars and amps for us to try. And somebody put their Telecaster in my hand and I fell in love. I mean, I actually thought if I did buy a guitar, I would buy a Gibson guitar because I have Strat style guitars already and I really love Les Pauls. And somebody handed me this thing and I began a months long process of thinking about how I was going to pay for it because they're not cheap.
Yeah.
They make them, one at a time in the shop there. And they, distress. It's like new vintage. So if you look at it, it's all distressed.
Oh, yeah.
All the hardware is distressed. It's kind of hard to see, but it's kind of like slightly rusted and picked and pitted. And it's kind of this style of new vintage now where they try to make things look old.
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
I do love it. I do love it, and I do play it. And I play it most often through Blue Cat's Axiom software, which is really, really awesome guitar software. And I recommend highly to anybody who's listening to this because it's just awesome. I bought it for my family. How's that for an endorsement?
Oh, that old one-liner. We know that one.
Both sons at Christmas this year received.
Whose
actually.
train set is it really? Whose train set? Does it really
They don't even live here, so there's no question about that. There's no questions about that. No, it's just they speak very clearly. These guitars, a good Telecaster, whether it's a Fender or this thing or probably yours, the G&L, they have a very clear presentation. Yeah. And when you have good tone and you articulate well, it carries through the instrument very, very effectively.
Just like with no effects, just the bass tone is just really refined and pure, isn't it? It's really nice.
It speaks clearly.
Yeah.
And it'll sustain really. It's really, really light, and it'll sustain forever, and it's great.
Oh, this is why I adore sample libraries.
Ooh, very nice.
Western.
Well, Jim is thinking, I've got tremolo right here.
Yay!
Oh yes, come on, show us this, Jim, because this is a work of art, isn't it?
So it's an amp that I built myself. It's a Fender Champ replica.
Nice.
And well, it's a bit.
Look at that.
It's even got the logo on, which I basically did a water slide decal and put that on there.
Yeah.
Very clever.
But,
I like all the controls too.
Yeah, just the volume and
Tolexed beautifully.
What does it sound like? It sounds like this.
Sounds very good. Thank you very much, Ken. I know you're master Tolexer, so
no, it's a beautiful job.
Really good.
No, it's a beautiful job.
Those inside corners are really difficult.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So, actually, Jim, it looks like one you bought. It really does look like one that you bought, doesn't it? That is superb.
Yeah, great job.
I've got this could do with Tolexing, and I've got a box out there that could do with sort of tarting up a little bit, and I've got some flight cases which have got tears in them. So if you're bored one,
your Tolex
one
for
day,
hire.
I'll pop up.
Yeah, you take that on, please.
Yeah, lightweight.
Yeah, no. I tell you what, when you Tolex a CS80,
oh god,
man. I mean, I can do it in 4 hours. That includes stripping off the old Tolex, taking all the hardware off, dismantling everything, and re-Tolexing and all the rest of it. But
that's good going.
God, you go in, after you finish the job, and you've got a pain across your chest here from the fumes from the glue.
Yeah.
Fiona's going, so what you want for dinner? And it's sort of like,
lie down.
The fairies. It's the fairies. They're hitting me with a washing-up bowl. I'm gone. Absolutely out off my tits. Full tilt. It's wow.
That's normal, isn't it?
Well, no. Normally, it's not the fairies.
It's the demons.
Yeah. So she goes. I try not to listen to the voices in my head. She goes, "You got voices in your head?" And I go, "Yeah, but only the normal amount. I'm not mental."
Yeah.
So we're having a regular party over here. Me and the voices in my head.
Yeah.
Telling me the voices in my head are telling me that it is actually bedtime for me because I have to get up at stupid o'clock again as I normally do during the week. So, Richard, it's been a real pleasure just chatting to you. Really nice. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been smashing. Jim, always great to catch up with you, mate. And
I'll be at Sheffield sometime.
I'm sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
and and when you do, just pop us a line and we'll do. We've got to catch up over a beer or a strong coffee,
definitely.
whichever is your particular choice. So Fiona, Ken, cheers very much. Take care, folks.
Yourself, mate. Take care.
Cheers.
Good night. Good night, all the chatties too. Bye.
Ta-ra, buds. There we go. And then there were 3.
I know. Do you think the others are actually coming back, or they were just?
I think well, one will be very, very drunk, and the other one's asleep. There you go. That's my speculation for the evening.
Who's going to be drunk?
I'm not going to give a name.
Oh, I see.
Just in case.
I think
there's libel
Robbie
laws,
drunk.
you know, Richard.
Pardon me?
There's libel laws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was he
That's
wearing?
how you
A
to write it
bathrobe?
down.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, it's good to see Andy.
Yeah.
So, you got that Rolly fired up yet?
I haven't figured out how to feed it into. Do you hear that?
No.
No.
I haven't figured out how to feed this thing into
the stream.
Into the audio
Yeah.
input of the browser, which in this case is Chrome. And haven't. Let me see.
So,
because like when we
audio.
talk in Messenger, you don't have any problem, do you? It's sort of like boof, straight in.
When we talk in Messenger, I don't usually play on that. I'll play on the piano, which has got speakers built in and coming through the microphone. But if I open these speakers, then my voice comes through the microphone, and we're in feedback world.
So
my voice comes
can you
through the speakers
choose?
rather. So let me see
your
something.
input? Yeah.
Let me see. Let me just try something here.
Oh, can
That's not coming through, is it?
No, not hearing
No.
anything, I'm afraid. Sorry, buddy.
It's funny because it looks like it should be, but I would need time away from a live situation where other people are watching to work out how to use loopback. I mean, at one point I thought I might have it this way, and you can tell me if I do. Hang on. Let me open loopback. I was playing with this earlier, and I never had. So this will be my one and only.
Will you do that?
Oh, Mr. Weekly is going to be back in.
Ooh.
Let's just ask him for the link again.
He wants a wink. A wink. Right, give Winkley a wink.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah.
Success.
Now we can't hear you.
Ah. Did that go out?
Oh,
Oh, interesting.
we had the rolling. Now we've not got your mic, Rich.
And I do this.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
coming.
You're back.
You're back.
You hear me?
Hmm?
Do you hear
Yes.
me on both channels? Okay.
Yep.
So what's weird is I have to mute the return.
This window hasn't come up.
I think, because now I'm hearing myself doubled, particularly in the left ear, which is weird.
I've got that.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. Yeah.
What you're hearing?
Yeah. I hear myself slightly echoed, but only in the left ear.
Oh, I see.
So now I know what it's like to live in a drain. Weirdly. Again.
Hang on a second now. Can I connect
Dom hasn't.
to both inputs? Yes. Yes, I can. And then if I take this and make the audio not play back there,
Weird.
but
The link's not coming up.
is it going to work like this? I don't know. No. And that isn't doing it. But you now hear my voice?
Yeah, we got both.
Oh, I've got both now.
Yay.
There you go. Dom not come in yet.
Do you hear that as well as my voice?
Yeah, all good. Excellent.
You don't hear my voice.
Yeah, all working.
Yeah, we can hear everything now.
Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear us now, though?
Yeah.
I don't think we can hear
It's gone
us
the other
now.
way now.
Yeah. It's tricky, this
I don't
audio
hear
routing
anybody
business.
but me.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So-
Hang on a second. Let me reset this stuff back to where I was. So now I should be hearing you guys.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. So we could hear you.
Do you hear both my voice and this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Excellent.
So you're going to show off your skills.
Like that.
Yeah. Cool.
I love it. I feel connected.
Afternoon.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good man.
Hey, Dom.
Hi, Dom.
Now we've gone lo-fi.
I'm trying to balance my phone on a vase. This is going to
You've
end
got water
in
in it.
tears. Yeah, there's water and there's this.
Is that
lily.
gay slang?
There's like a lily. I've left my tripod upstairs. That's gay slang.
That's gay slang.
I see.
Definitely.
That's an interesting
We're in the jungle
frame
now.
you've got going.
That's not going to work, is it? I'm going to find something to prop it up. Carry on. Carry on.
Been attacked by plants.
It's the day of the Triffids remake.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. So what do you reckon on this Model 72 Mini Moog, Rick?
I haven't spent a tremendous amount of time with it, but I'm looking forward to it. I listened to the modules. I think I told you this in their modular software, and it sounded awesome.
Yeah,
thick and fat, deep, and tons of bass, and it just as oscillator modules in that and the filter module in that situation, it sounded amazing.
Yeah. It literally.
Is this the soft tube?
Yeah, this is soft tube one.
Yeah.
It literally
I've got that.
cancels out having to own a Mini Moog.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is really good. If you've checked out the Model 84, it's just a brilliant Juno 106 emulation as well. It's absolutely spot on.
Yeah. And that also becomes available in modular.
Yeah.
So you can actually build like a 2 oscillator Juno.
Yeah.
If you like.
Except the only thing is I don't particularly like the 106.
I know you don't.
Well, a lot of it, I've got to admit, is tainted by having to work on the bastards.
Yeah.
But
but if you can build your own in software and have 2 oscillators, 2 envelope generators, as many filters as you like, modulation sources up the wazoo, it might suddenly appeal a little more.
I don't know. It's kind of like a busman's holiday, really. You know, it's just, the whole sound reminds me of having to work on them.
Trauma.
Yeah. It's
Traumatic.
It's just, like that every time I go near it.
So I just like, because they are such a simple synth, they sit in a mix really well because they're not taking up loads of space.
Yeah,
just really good
I'm just
for
tainted.
building
I'm
music
tainted.
with.
So it's not the machine; it's my relationship.
I see.
that ruined it.
Hey, you just hit 3 hours. Congratulations. 3 hours stream.
Ooh. There you go. That's because it's not really a show. It's not really a show, is it? It's just.
It's only a show.
Oh, it's just guys talking.
Talking.
Aye. So I was actually hoping that Fiona would actually join in a more sort of involved way.
I think she's doing a grand job.
But I think she's chatting up people in the chat actually.
Me? What?
Everything about it is appealing. Everything about it is the show.
Can you play Tired? Can you play Tired from Blazing Saddles?
I'm so tired.
Yeah. I'm so tired. Let's face it, boys, I'm pooped. Oh, Dom, you remember on your show when you did that thing about you had to do an impression of somebody?
Yes.
Right. I was saying to Fiona about it. I said the trouble was all the impressions that I can do are from people from the 70s, and nobody know who they were.
It was just an excuse, really, to get Ty to do an impression of someone from Rainbow, to be honest.
Yeah,
which is on a par, really. There's been two high points of that caliber. One was Ty's impression of Bungle, and the other one was when I asked the keyboard player from Nine Inch Nails what his favourite Disney princess was. Just brilliant.
These are the questions that need to be asked.
Exactly.
We've got to get to the core roots.
He introduced them to Lula May.
Yeah,
exactly. You can get away with
then.
anything.
All right. So here's the opportunity. Dom, favourite Disney princess?
Oh well, I'm old school, so it's got to be Sleeping Beauty, I guess.
Right. Okay.
Both like
Jim?
sleeping.
Probably Ariel.
Oh,
new school.
Rick?
I don't have a favorite Disney princess. I have a confession to make. I want to confess right here.
You have seen a Disney film, haven't you?
Maybe one or two.
Oh, okay. Then. So,
not in a long time.
Snow White.
Snow White?
Yeah, Rich.
You know what? What's the name of the main character in The Nightmare Before Christmas, the female lead? That's my favorite Disney princess.
Do you know?
Because Disney bought that movie long after it was done and released it.
That's an improvement, because I thought you might say something like Herbie or something. It was like, what?
Never saw that one.
No, mine's Jasmine.
There are so many. There are so many Disney princesses now. It's just a license to print and cast dolls. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Although Winnie the Pooh's in the public domain now.
You can
every January the 1st, a whole bunch of stuff comes into the public domain. So any non-Disney bits of Winnie the Pooh, like the original songs,
said you
and
can
everything.
defecate in public now.
No, not that kind of poo.
Oh, okay.
But we can sing
that's
Winnie
my
the
hopes dashed. Thanks.
We can sing Winnie the Pooh songs.
The only reason Kent was going outside.
Spend a couple of decades sleeping with the dogs.
I was going to have a cat flap fitted and everything.
I think Robbie might be trying to get in.
Oh, sorry. All right, hang on. Sorry. We have a guest. All right, Mister. I know how to host a fucking show.
Harsh.
I don't.
So I'm just ticking off my medication off my reminder list. I take so many tablets I forget to take the tablets.
Yes.
I'm going to have to cancel you.
Oh, I'm going to get cancelled.
Oh no.
Oh joy.
Was it the poo?
Oh wait a minute. Is that a good thing or not?
There you go.
It's really weird talking to somebody who's actually 7 seconds in the past.
I've known people like that.
Yeah, not on the line. It's like...
Excuse
much
me.
better when you work out what's going on.
Yeah. Come on then, Rob. Favourite Disney princess?
Favourite Disney princess? The one that isn't currently a Disney princess, but ought to be, and there is a huge campaign for it. Leia.
Okay.
Grown-up princess, though.
She was my first crush.
Was it
her and
big
Olivia
ears?
Newton-John.
Well, in that case, you should be able to include
And Kate
Ripley.
Jackson from the Charlie's Angels.
Hey, if only one more person subscribes on YouTube, you'll have 300 subscribers, Kev. So surely
Hang on a
there's
minute.
someone
What?
in the chat that can get you from
Oh, I'm already
299 to
subscribed.
300.
Yeah.
Does anyone not subscribed in the chat? Boy,
I
you'll
did
be
it
making
earlier.
an old man happy.
What's it all mean? Nothing.
It means you're still 700 away from making some money off this shit.
Oh, really? I'm not going to do it to make money. That would make
Come on,
it.
someone
That
in
would
the
make
chat
it a
must
job.
subscribe.
No. Oh dear, no.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, somebody has. Look at that.
Yes. Wandering
Oh, he's-
Turtle. Thank you very much.
He's not in his room, so you can't play the horn.
No.
Yeah.
Wandering Turtle said he'll subscribe if you talk about Eurorack, so you owe him a little.
Oh,
Right, I've got to go.
That was quick.
There's a new FM module.
Oh!
Eurorack.
I'll stick around.
Have you ever heard of Eurorack? It's an amazing thing. Now subscribe.
Oh, okay. Yes, Eurorack is amazing. And I don't have
well
a gun
done,
to my
100
head.
things I do. Look, you're on 301 now. This is just exploding.
This is spiraling out of control.
Thank you, Michael.
Look at that.
Rich, does the sun go down very, very, very quickly over there? Because it was daylight a minute ago.
I know.
Yeah, it's very dark.
Well, it's this time of year at 12 past 5 in the afternoon.
I say it's 5 p.m. Yeah, it must be. Yeah.
It's literally.
It was like sort of, about 30 seconds it went from being light to dark.
There's a string hanging from the sky in New York.
Yes. And I was just thinking maybe I should turn on that lamp over there.
Yeah. What's weird is I haven't got any lights on in here. This is all monitors doing this.
Jesus.
God.
It's your 12
No wonder your
monitors?
hair's falling out.
It's not falling out. It's where I keep pulling it out.
You must have some light on.
Radiant.
That's crazy.
No, that's
What sort of monitors have you got?
Big ones.
It's like Piccadilly Circus outside your window.
Big phosphorus ones.
Oh, what have I missed? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, it got quite deep for a while.
Oh.
Yeah. But we've now got to gang up on Richard and make him go and watch Blade Runner.
Again.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Good luck.
This is it. You've never seen Blade Runner.
Apparently that's true, yes.
How?
Because it never interested me. And I'd heard the soundtrack.
Oh, well, yeah. But seriously, that is just like one of the greatest films of all time.
Just as it worked out, I never got to see it.
No.
And by the time it became a wondrous achievement, I decided that I might as well leave it that way.
No, I don't think. No, I've never done anything.
Oh, wow.
Was it ostrich tentacles?
It,
No, I haven't. No, I don't think.
It doesn't interest me that much.
No.
It's not my kind of movie to begin with, and
No.
I'm not a gigantic Frank Ellis fan, and so I don't, necessarily hate him, but I am sort
Poor
of
old Frank.
legendarily not a fan now.
Oh.
Because of Sonic Talk, so I like, I'm quite happy to wear that hat.
You
Of
got to keep
being
that
not
up.
the Vangelis fan.
So,
And
Is anyone watching anything good that can be recommended?
Find
Ken,
by the man.
I've been watching, certainly for the UK peeps, that thing that's on BBC at the moment, The Responder with Martin Freeman.
Oh, is that good? I haven't seen it.
Very good. And the one that's just finished, The Tourist, with Jamie Dornan, also very good.
Are
Films.
these on Netflix by any chance?
Yeah.
Ow.
So run that by me again. The Responder.
The Responder, yeah,
Okay.
it's BBC, so you might get it on. I don't know. Do
Okay.
Netflix? But BBC America. I don't know if they.
You just
Okay,
need a
and what was
VPN.
the other one you were recommending?
The Tourist,
Okay, thank you.
which will both. I think The Tourist actually is like one of these multinational productions, so it might have a distribution deal outside.
I'm
but-
seeing them. I'm seeing them both.
I'm
so
waiting for a
I
new
can look into
season
this
of
deeper later.
Bosch.
Mm.
Have
What you
you
say?
seen Bosch?
Bosch.
Bosch,
Yeah.
Bish Bash Bosch,
Nobody seen Bosch?
Bosch. No.
Sounds
Check
like
it
something
out.
Luda May would watch.
No, it's gritty.
Ooh.
Bosch.
Yeah, I spend my year waiting
Spelt.
for B-O-Osh.
P.O. Osh.
I don't know. He's a crime. The bloke who does them they were books originally to be made into a series with
the prequels, Bish and Bash.
Titus Weaver. I don't know. Wait a minute.
Never heard of him.
Or BoJack Horseman. That one.
A lot of people say, I've never seen that. A lot of people say that's good.
Yeah, it is good.
Me neither.
Watched Marvel's Eternals the other day.
That went on forever, didn't it?
And it wasn't that great. I usually love my Marvel stuff, but that was...
No, that had gimmick written all over it, to be honest. But that's the problem there. There's so much bloody stuff out there. You know, it's too much.
I'll tell you what's impressed me. Apple TV are really impressing me at the moment, the stuff that they're putting on. Very, very good. Lots of box sets and films. And that Tom Hanks one, Finch, I think it's called. He's like this sort of like post-apocalyptic global warming type thing, and he's like one of the last humans. Well, not one of the last, but he's one of very few. And he builds robots to keep him company.
Oh yes, I've seen a clip of it.
Very good. Very
good. Have you seen that Dr. Brain on Apple TV? It's basically a Korean thing, but
no, but yes, it's on my list.
Yeah, so this guy develops a way of sort of transferring thoughts. But in the last episode, they're in this sort of
don't give it away.
Evil person's lair and control room.
Right.
But on the desk, you can see 2 Presonus fader ports and then you see live.
Gear spotting.
Yeah.
What was it? Contact had the H3000 in it, and she was trying to communicate with aliens using an H3000.
Oh, and the link drum on the Starship Enterprise.
And was it Volker drums or something in that? What was it on? Oh gosh, it's gone out of my head.
Love Island?
No, it was a TV series.
Howard the Duck?
No, Loki.
Oh, okay.
The Loki TV series. When he's getting processed, the camera cuts to like behind the desk of the guy that's doing the processing, and there's a Volker drum.
What it is the art departments of these people actually being into music gear and go, if we buy this, we can keep it afterwards.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
No, give me a Marx Brother box set any day of the week.
Oh yeah, can't be a bit of Marx Brothers.
You can't beat a bit of Marx Brothers, mate.
Wagyu says it was an H4000, so just putting you right there.
Oh, shut up. I should have just said the Eventide and just been done with it.
Yeah.
God, I don't like him. I do, actually. Keeps me in check.
Disagrees.
Disagrees with what?
The H4000. It's an H3000.
Oh, are we having a fight now?
Yeah. It's an H3000.
It's a chat room dispute. It's
Michael says, I'm pretty sure the machine sound, which is great, isn't it? It's one of the best bits of movie sound design in a long while, is an H3000 preset.
Oh, okay.
That's a great... Do you remember? I remember watching that on my home cinema with a subwoofer, and that alien, the sound that they pick up just kind of resonates. Oh, it's brilliant. I love that.
Talking of subwoofers,
where are your dogs?
Where's the boys? Well, where's the girls and the boy?
3.5 hours into the live stream. Where are the kids?
Yeah. Dude, where's my car?
Wait a minute.
One.
Oh, blimey, Wagyu's getting really deep now. He thinks it's a DSP 4000, not the H4000.
Fight.
It's fighting with himself.
Fight. Contact movie Eventide. Here we go. Let's ask the internet.
Oh, God.
According to Sweetwater, it's an Eventide Ultra Harmonizer DSP 4000 and 2 Alesis ADATs.
Well, they did find a use then, eventually.
Well, there you go. Wagyu got it right. But he might have Googled, to be fair.
Well, he gets 1 point.
He wins everything, though, doesn't he? He wins the Sonic State quiz. He wins stuff on that. I swear he's just like he's got Google Glass or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't win the theme tune one, did he?
Did he not? No, he didn't. No,
he didn't. He probably didn't enter. Or but there's Wagyu. I mean, Acehead does well as well on some of the questions, but they're the sort of guys who don't even enter things and win it.
Yeah, they need to get out more.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder. So, come on, Rich. I thought you were going to give us a tune on the Rolly, mate.
I've already disconnected it.
Because
my voice was being doubled. I haven't quite worked that out.
Driving you insane, was it?
Yeah, it was kind of driving me nuts. Hey, I played "I'm So Tired" when you requested it.
I started singing it.
I love that song.
Oh, well, it's a beautiful song. Beautiful. It's very deep and meaningful.
Have we spoken about the Get Back documentary?
Meet me in my dressing room.
Is he going to play Gentle Giant?
Gentle Giant?
We've got a request for Gentle Giant.
Got a request for Gentle Giant.
How's that? Proclamation.
Yeah, a round of applause.
We'll see if the YouTube algorithm picks that one up. Can you imagine we've actually got Gentle Giant in their database?
Wait, I think there's somebody at my door.
Yeah. Mr. Hilton?
Yeah.
It's the PRS.
You kid.
The man from the PRS.
Are you playing Proclamation by Gentle Giant? The Spotify police.
Yeah, open up.
I know you're in there.
Put down the piano and step away.
I hear my wife rushing to open the door downstairs. I know
Oh, man.
Did you see Neil Young has threatened to pull all of his content from Spotify?
Good for him.
He says it's either him or
Rogan.
That Rogan
Joe
guy,
Rogan.
yeah.
You know what? More importantly about Neil Young, if you haven't seen this new movie of his called The Barn, which is about an album they recorded on a remote truck called the Mobile, on which I have worked and the people I know. And it's a remarkable movie of live, wonderful musicians working together, getting good sounds. It's at least as much fun as Get Back, which I enjoyed thoroughly, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that good. And
what's it on?
Well, it had been. It was originally. You're gonna laugh. Now it's on his website, I think, and on whatever YouTube channel for free. So I'll give you. You can just go out and search for Neil Young The Barn, and you'll come up with this movie. And it's about an hour and a quarter long, and it sounds great if you get a chance to listen to it on something that sounds good. But at the time when I saw it, it was originally released to the AARP, the American Association of Retired People, and you were able to get a link to watch this thing for free as an AARP member, and that's how I watched it. But now it's out there for the whole world to see, not just us old people.
Roll.
And
Yeah,
it's really fun, and it's a lot more fun than worrying about Joe Rogan.
Oh, cool.
Actually,
Neil Young channel.
Can I just point out that I was very disappointed with the amount or lack of thereof of fawning and oohing and ahhing when I showed a photograph signed by Vangelis playing my CS80.
Oh.
When was that? I missed that.
Oh, God.
Go on, show it again. Just show it again.
Yeah, I'm going to show it again.
Right.
Right. Here we go. Ready?
Here it is. I got it. I got the link.
Ooh. Oh. He knows famous fat people.
Whose CS80 is that?
That's my one. Ooh.
And who's the dirty tramp that's playing? No.
That'll be my uncle Derek. He's quite a lad.
That's amazing, Kent.
Oh yes, isn't it?
Thank you for sharing.
It's my prized possession. I had to pull it from a stone when nobody else could.
Hang on.
He's off. Oh, he's got something. He's got something.
Yeah. No, toilet break.
He's probably got a Durex signed by.
Oh my goodness!
Signed by I don't know. Here we go. Okay, who signed
Roger
it?
Lynn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What we got?
Oh, bloody light.
Okay. Ooh, who is it? Anybody?
What is that?
Who is it? Can't read it.
Hang on, let me turn the light off.
You could just tell us.
I could.
Is that the singer that
We
you
had
did in
headphones.
the
It's Mitch bloody Ure.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Ooh.
And it says, to Rob, cheers, Midge.
Wow.
Wow.
That means nothing to me whatsoever.
Is that when you dropped him off in your cab?
That was at a Trace Elliott thing.
Oh, hang on. Richard's gone to get something.
I can't.
No.
It's in another room and everything.
Yeah, but we know you can top
we know
that.
it's going to be Trump.
Yeah.
It's going to be
I don't want to.
Mr. B or any of the... Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Let's just forget it.
Well, you got the Mr. Roth picture behind you.
Well, that's Roth's artwork right there.
I don't want to spoil our questions for you in a few weeks' time, but what was it like working with Bowie?
It was endlessly interesting and fun and unpredictable and a tremendous honor. A challenge, a continual challenge, because what you expected wasn't usually what was coming next, and what came next was not usually necessarily easy. But he had a tremendous, exciting, creative vision that was very flexible and very of the moment, and it was one of the great joys of my professional life to spend time next to him for most of a year.
Wow.
And it was awesome. And I miss him. It is very sad. And proud of the work we did. Had fun. He was very kind to me. He gave me gifts at the end, one of which I was looking for, which is a book of artwork. Nice. Nice man. Great guy. Amazing. Now, I had interesting interactions. One time we had to walk. There were two hit factories on 54th Street. One was up by Broadway and one was down by 10th Avenue. And one time we had to walk to the 10th Avenue hit factory for some reason I don't recall. And he and I walked together from, what was essentially about a quarter of a mile in Manhattan in broad daylight. And it's a very interesting, it was a great learning experience watching him interact with people and making them all feel great about the interaction and being incredibly generous with his time and his attention with everybody pretty much who walked up to him. And there was no bodyguards, there was nothing. It was just me and him walking down the street. It was really quite a thing. And we spent a lot of time together, over the course of that year, and we did a lot of work, some of which was the album and a little bit of which was external to the album, other songs, a song for a movie and things like that. Songs would change. One day I walked in, he was like a kid who had just woke up on Christmas morning, and he was like, he couldn't wait to show me what he had done. And he had basically taken away most of the beginning minute and a half of this song called You've Been Around and replaced it with a JD 800 pad that he was really excited about. and I was like, wow, really? You're taking out the whole record and putting that in? Yeah, isn't it great? He was all excited. And of course he was right. And if you listen to it today, it sounds totally like it belongs there. And it's just, he had a very painterly way about him and envisioned himself more as a European artist who represents the best of the evolution and the history of art as it has been expressed through European culture and history and British culture and history. And very painterly sort of approach to himself and to his work, and was really great. So now when you ask me on the show, it probably will be a totally different story.
Fine by me. I get to hear both.
Well, that Sasquatch question has just come up. Can I put it to you guys first? Which was, have you ever been tongue-tied or, what was it? It was
recently. recently. When Paul McCartney walked up to a stage that we were rehearsing on in Hyde Park with Niall, and we were going to get to meet him, at the moment where I was supposed to walk forward and shake his hand, I froze. And the voice in my headset went nuts. You know, alarm bells were going off, and it was going, "You're about to shake the hand of Paul McCartney." You know, and then he's looking at me like, "Are you coming?" And I walked forward and I shook his hand. So that was the most recent time. It doesn't happen very often to me, but it definitely happened when I got to meet and shake the hand of Paul McCartney about 2 years ago or 3 years ago in Hyde Park.
Wow. Anybody else?
Have I ever told you my story about Green Gartside's finger?
Oh, do we need to hear this?
It already sounds illegal.
So Green Gartside is one of my all-time heroes, and I've seen him play live many, many times, and normally at very intimate venues. And I always think, I'm not going to, because I know he's kind of a shy person, I won't do that whole starstruck thing. And then one gig at the Roundhouse in Camden, I'm there with my wife, who's not a Scritti fan, but kind of rapidly became one as the night wore on. And another friend of ours who's from up north, and we were in the bar, and they've had a few glasses of wine, and I know two of the guys that play in the current kind of live incarnation of Scritti. And Dickie, the guitarist, says to me, "Green's coming down in a few minutes. If you want to meet him, I'll introduce you." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, let's do this." So I go off to get some refills for drinks, and as I come back, my wife is like all excited. She says, I've just met Green. He's so lovely, all this. And I'm like, "Where is he?" He said, "Oh, he had to go." And I thought, "Oh, no." So she's all giddy with excitement. He walks back in, and because she's had a few glasses of wine, she says, Green, over here, come and meet my husband. I told you all about him." So he comes over, and he's got 2 pints of beer, one for him and one for somebody else, I think, unless he was drinking them both. Anyway, he stood there in front of me, and he's very tall, and he's a huge hero of mine. And I'm like, "Thank you for everything," I think I said, was something like that, because I just wanted to say thank you, because his music is hugely important. And he thought I was talking about the gig. And I was like, no, thank you for everything you've done musically, big, very important. He said, "Oh, well, that's very kind of you." And I said, "That's okay." And he says, "I've got to go now." He did that whole kind of, "I've got to be over here." And so I said, "Oh, well, it's been a pleasure to meet you." And I went to shake his hand, forgetting he's holding 2 pints of beer. Now, Green's quite socially awkward, and so he felt like he had to oblige my gesture and basically extended his index finger, at which point I should have said, no, off you go, that's fine. But no, I reached out and I grabbed hold of his index finger and shook his finger, and then proceeded to wish the hole would just open up in the ground.
Oh,
and I would...
man.
So I have recounted that story to the band, and apparently they told him, and he chuckled. Yeah. So and Gamson thought it was hilarious. So, but
what about you, Jim? Anything?
Not really. I did get to meet one of my idols, who was I doubt you've probably heard of him, but it was in a band called Sparkle Horse.
Oh yeah.
A guy called Mark Linkus, and yeah, basically a mate who I used to write music with. He's basically worked as a roadie since he was 16 and worked with loads of people, and works with the Levelers. That's his main gig that he's been doing for 20 odd years or so. So I met them. They're all a really nice bunch of guys. But yeah, meeting Mark Linkus I'm just glad I actually did, because anybody who knows will know that he did sort of commit suicide. That was, not too long after I actually met him on the last UK tour that they did. But yeah, so a bit of another sad story, I'm afraid. But yeah.
Well, you don't.
Yeah.
Not so much on the artist. It's weird. I'm always trying to switch into a kind of work mode and just imagine that everyone's normal, I suppose. I never got to meet Bowie. I would have been totally weirded out, I guess. First time I met Boy George, it was a bit weird, because it's the first time I'd ever met anyone famous, and I was about to kind of start working with them all. So that was kind of left college, moved to London 3 weeks later. I got involved with all of that lot, and it was just crazy, more crazy like than kind of starstruck, I guess. It was just a roller coaster of a lot of fun for the next couple of years. And maybe Trevor Horn, first time I met Trevor Horn.
Yeah, nice.
Coming down the stairs, I wasn't working with him at the time, but he just came down. I was working downstairs at Sam on something else, and he came down the stairs. I was just like, wow, because he'd meant so much to me growing up. And the stuff that he'd done, and I would love working at Sam before I ended up working with him, because the tape ops, I would just be asking the tape ops all their stories and Louis Jardine and all those guys just to kind of, tell me something more about what he does, But no, I've met some great people, but I've managed to kind of hold the lid on it, really. I mean, Malcolm McLaren was interesting.
Oh, wow.
Really, it was really interesting to work with. Who else? So it's just bumped into loads of
met McLaren.
Yeah, he was doing an advert for a Japanese company. So he was obviously getting paid a ton of money to just do this advert, and he was putting something together. And he happened to be upstairs. Again, I think it was in Trident or Berwick Street or something. And someone came down and said, Malcolm's just saying, can you come up? He said, you're good at what you do. Can you come up and give him a hand? I said, oh, yeah, sure, no problem. So we were just cutting up samples and putting stuff together in the kind of cut up kind of way, really. And he was very kind of as you'd imagine. I think he sort of put stuff together and then let it happen. I think that's what he was doing there anyway.
That's what JJ said about it. Yeah.
Kind of very much in the background, and he probably was guiding things, but in a very much you didn't realise what you were doing kind of way, So he would create, put people together and create a thing, and then watch what came out, So that was cool. But no. Kim Mazel was brilliant to work with. She's an epic singer. That's the one time I've been really nervous. Was I did a track with Kim Mazel, which was almost a hit. It was called "No One Can Love You More Than Me." It's Max Thingy tune. The guy that wrote the Britney stuff. Really good song, fantastic. And they did a recall, and they said we got to do a solo in the middle eight, because we just dropped us some beats or something in the middle eight, and they said we're really behind this track. We think it's going to be a massive hit. Can you just come back in and we need to put something on the middle eight? So they recorded this whole thing. And when I walked in, they said, yeah, there's the piano. And it's like this whole thing had been programmed. So we're going back to proper playing. It's just like bring it back round to what you said in the first place. And I hadn't played live piano onto tape in front of two A&R men before in my life, and I can play. But I managed to do it. And actually, I think they kind of knew that they didn't tell me about it because they thought I'd be nervous. So they just sprung it on me as I walked in the door. And they also probably realised that it was quite a big thing for me to be doing because I was quite young back then. And so they did a couple of run-throughs. And on the second run-through, they just said, yeah, that's it. We've got it anyway. So I recorded it without realising they were actually taking it. So it all ended up really cool in the end. But that was like, oh wow, this no quantize button, on this record that that they all claim is going to be a massive. So yeah, that was
awesome.
Cool. That was cool. They're just like you and me, though. Everybody is, with the exception of Prince and Bowie. They're just like you.
Well, you say that Prince. I didn't meet Prince. I was a member of the fan club, and we got when this was like early 2000s, the One Night Alone tour, and he was playing Hammersmith, and we got to go to the sound check. So it was just probably about 150 fan club members, and we had all the front row seats reserved for us, and we walk in, and it's me and my wife, and we walk down, we get sort of 3 rows from the front, centre line, so he's going to be right there, and we kind of sidle into the seat. And my wife turns around, and then she taps me on the shoulder and says, "He's behind you." I think, what was she playing at? She goes, look. And I turn around, literally, no, I shit you not, 2 rows behind me is Prince in a green velour catsuit type thing with matching green boots with heels like this on, with his feet up on the chair and his glasses on, and he's just like this. And he starts talking to us just as a group of people, and he was just like, "Hey, how you doing? What's the weather like out there? Are you can have a good time tonight?" Blah blah blah. And he's just talking, and most of us are like, and And it's like that for 20 minutes, and then he just pops up, and he walks to the stage, and his guitar tech, like, they have a connection, just like throws him this guitar, and he comes on. The band obviously have seen this; they just congregate, and then he does a sound check, 20-minute version of "Days of Wild," which is one of my favourite Prince songs ever, and it was just like,
yeah.
But he's. I mean, I know he wasn't anything but normal, but at that moment, he was just a musician who was putting on a show, and he wanted to talk to his audience, and he just did, and it was just so cool.
That was the last gig I saw. I was in Australia. I was working in Australia for 3 months, and he played the not the Royal Albert Hall, the Sydney Opera House with a piano.
Oh, is that the last one he did?
It was about 2 months before he passed, and I was over there working with a business partner at the time, and it's like, well, we thought, oh, what should we do? Should we, look around? And he said, oh, look, Prince is on. I bet we won't get tickets, because it was literally like 2 days in 2 days' time. And rang up, and they said, yeah, we got some tickets. And it was the weirdest thing. Whether they just released some or they got some returns or whatever, because I sat next to a guy who literally got his tickets like 18 months previously. They'd been like completely sold out. And it was absolutely epic. He had a keyboard, a piano, which was obviously midied up to something that would occasionally put a little bit of strings in the background.
I think that didn't he have one of those, I forget the name of it, it's a really customized, it was a Yamaha, but it was heavy, had stuff in it, didn't it?
You couldn't really see what was going on. He had some kind of iPad-y thing to select stuff, but really it was fundamentally piano and Rhodes and maybe a bit of background sounds. There was very little else going on, and he just did his whole collection of stuff. It probably sounded like what an after-show party for him and his chums would probably do after a gig, if he'd sit in the corner and play piano and jam and sing songs. And except in front of an audience, it's absolutely.
I did actually get to go to a Prince after show once after one of the O2 gigs. The audience is exhausted. This guy's been playing a 3-hour show and then comes back and does another 3 hours in the Indigo, the nightclub that's part of the O2
with the whole band.
With the whole band, who are just
who've also rehearsed for 6 hours that day.
Yeah, it's crazy
before the show.
Yeah. And we're in the audience, we're like, oh, yeah, okay, come on, when's this going to stop? I don't want to leave, when's it going to stop?
I'm not joking. What happened to Inky? She just disappeared.
Yeah, he's just
come back.
Come back, Inky B.
Talking without acknowledging you, and you disappeared.
To answer Sasquatch's question, I would have to say no. Normally I don't, and I think it's because they have to meet me on my own turf. If you see what I mean.
So it's safe.
They're at the disadvantage, if you see what I mean.
Well, you had Frank Ellis over.
Yeah. But I mean, even then, it was nice to meet him, but it was, another guy.
You've had me over.
Yeah.
On the subject of Prince, he played with us once.
Yes.
At the Superdome in New Orleans for the Essence Festival, and his band was rehearsing. His band rehearsed 2 hours past our sound check time. And then we sound checked really quickly, and he was supposed to maybe come and rehearse with us and sound check, but no, he didn't come, and so we didn't think he was going to play. And then we're out there playing our show, and we get to the middle of the song Let's Dance, and out pops Prince with a guitar on, wailing away. And so I never actually properly met him to meet him, but I did perform with him once.
You played with Prince?
In a large setting.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool, though. I'd love to be able to do that. Just like, I'm just going to go on stage now.
No one in the world would ever stop you.
What I find annoying is, in terms of meeting famous people, during the summer holidays and Easter holidays when I was at school, I used to have to go to work with my mum, who she was a clippy on the buses.
Mm-hmm.
And the routes that we took meant that we got to see a lot of actors. Back in them days, it was nothing unusual about riding on a bus to work. And it's quite annoying because there was photographs. There's me sitting with Robert Newton eating chocolate buttons on this bus, or handing Tommy Tommy Cooper's script for his show that night because he'd left it behind on the bus and have to run up the road after him and stuff like that. But when she got the dementia, she burned every photograph she ever had.
Oh no!
So it's all gone, all of it, and it was like, do you know what? Oh, wicked disease, it really is.
Yeah.
But funny enough, there was a guy at the door here yesterday. Who was it? Who was the guy dropped off the? What was the saint that was dropped off yesterday, babe? Or picked up? I can't remember which it was. It was one or the other.
Alistair, he picked up.
Yeah, no, James. Yeah, James, guy
Not
James.
James Walker, James the other one.
And he was a regular customer, and he hadn't been around for like donkeys. He'd gone off somewhere, do something else, and I hadn't seen him for about 8 years. And we're doing some catching up. And he said to me, he goes, "Oh, how's your mum doing?" I went, "How long you got?" He goes, "Well, yeah, it's an interesting story. Yeah, so, but yeah, all those photographs went. So I've got no photographs of mum or my dad or me and Kim when we were young. Nothing's all gone. She burnt a lot, but she burnt them in her bedroom on her dressing table.
Oh my word!
And it was only the smell. 2-3 o'clock in the morning. This was. We go, what the hell's that smell? And I come in here, and there's this big bonfire on her dressing table, and she's sitting there going, "What? Mum, you're burning stuff in your bedroom, for Christ's sake." Yeah, so it was all gone. Baby photographs, the lot.
Wow.
Yeah. Mind you, what was interesting was a friend who'd come round back from school with me one day was the person that pointed out to me that the photograph that we had in the front room of Mum's wedding, and he goes, who's the kid? I went, "That's me." He goes, "But that's your wedding photograph." I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you're in it." I went, "Oh yeah." It's weird. Never noticed. It was just normal. So I must have been about 14. It's how trusting you can be, isn't it? It was about 14. And I said, "Mum, was I born before you were married to Dad then?" And she's going, "Yeah." She goes, "How did you find out?" And I went, "There's a photograph in the front room." And she went, "Oh yeah, there is, isn't it?" I said, "Christ, talk about right under your nose." Bloody hell. So, yeah, but it's all gone. She burnt everything.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the deeds to the house as well. I mean,
really?
Yeah, everything. She burnt everything. Her passport. I don't know. She didn't put it into a bin. She was just taking stuff out of the drawer, putting it on the table, and then lighting it with a lighter and setting fire to it. But that seemed completely normal, natural thing to do.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was a bit freaky round here, wasn't it, for about 2 or 3 years? Didn't know if we were going to wake up in the morning sometimes. So, but I got a glass ashtray right across the back of my head when I come down one morning because she didn't know who I was. Thought it was an intruder.
Wow.
Just smacked me with this ashtray. It was like on the floor. Blood and everything like that. "Mum, it's me." "Who are you?" "No, it's me." "Who are you?" Wow. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's partly why I've moved cities recently, is to be nearer to my folks, because my dad's got dementia. So it's
wow.
Sorry to
my
hear that,
mum's still
Jim.
doing well, but I mean, they're doing pretty well. I mean, my dad's 86, my mum's 82. My mum doesn't take any medication at all. She's like fit as a fiddle, amazing, and just really sharp. My dad's just starting to. He's kind of. He's still okay a lot of the time, but yeah, you can just see him just sort of go, and he keeps doing like weird things like secret drinking and stuff.
Wow,
just like,
I do that.
There you go, early signs, mate. Yeah, Mum used to do this thing where she'd have to have bread and butter, and she would have breakfast at 20 times a day. It was unbelievable. She just kept
My
having
kind of woman.
breakfast. Yeah, all day long.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you doing, darling? I'm having breakfast.
She probably thinks she's
2 o'clock
still
in the morning.
just got up all the time. So,
Yeah. No sense of time or anything like that.
Yeah, my dad's sort of getting a bit like that. Doesn't know what time of day it is and stuff.
My mother-in-law was like, there's been no clinical diagnosis, but she's 86 going 87, and she's just getting old, and it's just kind of I don't think it's anything like that, thankfully, but she does some weird things, and she gets panicky about all sorts of things. And it's like, we try to make her life as simple as possible so she has to worry about as little as she possibly can, but she will find the tiniest of things to get all stressed about. We got this service that we subscribe to. It's like a call screening thing. So this little box sits in line between the telephone and the line, and it will stop it ringing unless it's an approved number that we can manage, remotely. So only numbers that we want to let through can get let through. And if somebody calls that isn't on that list, then it says, an automated voice comes on and says, this caller is screening numbers. Please leave your name after the tone. We'll call the person, announce you, and if they want to speak to you, they'll put you through. If they don't, they'll hang up. And it's worked brilliantly. It's cut the number of scam calls down. But the thing is, if somebody actually goes through and then something goes wrong, the number comes up on the screen, she doesn't recognise it, and it doesn't come up with a name, she'll call me up and says, Rob, I've just had somebody call. I don't know who it is, and they've left the number, and they tried to get through, and she'll just go off on some crazy path of what might be happening. They might be out to take all her money or all this kind of stuff. And yes, calm down. So now we're trying to extract all these pieces of technology. So, we don't want to sort of leave her bereft of her small pleasures in life, but it's just, it's scary sometimes.
Right, well, lighten the mood. Tell a joke. Come on, Tom.
Yeah, I used mine all up. You've got the jokes, actually.
Two nuns in a bath. One says, "Where's the soap?" The other one says, "Yes, it does, doesn't it?"
Or the alternative, it's on the side there, on the soap tray. Where do you think it would be? What? All right,
poor old Rich is looking at what?
What? Yeah. Little boy goes up to his mum and says, "Mum, where does poo come from?" So the mother goes into great detail about how the digestive system works and all that. And he's looking horrified at her, and he goes, "Okay, well, what about Tigger?"
He's here all week.
I've only got the one from Sunday. I lost my job at the bank on my very, very first day. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over.
Yay! Excellent. Good one.
Oh dear.
Darling?
Yeah.
I must head off. It's getting near my bedtime.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It's getting near my dinner time. Somebody's got to cook it, and it's going to be me.
You're approaching 4 hours. Amazing.
Yeah,
It must be a marathon.
Well, yeah, I don't know who's...
It's past my nap time.
We still got 14 people watching.
That's amazing.
14 crazy
That's a
people.
few on Facebook, I think. But Inky, I hope she's all right. Maybe a battery.
Oh, there she is. She's back.
Yeah, maybe a
wish you
battery.
would come back.
Oh,
there she is.
Inky.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, mother?
I'm not at all in my kitchen talking from my phone at all.
Okay.
It looks like you're on your way to space.
Yes.
Then somehow I've managed to get that icon. Just by luck, I've now... That's mine now, Dom. Thanks, I've embraced this. This is
Work went into that graphic.
Yeah, I'm warming to it, obviously.
Those you know,
not as warm as that cat is.
I'm afraid you've just joined us. We're all about to leave, I think, or some of us are anyway. Kent's probably going on for another couple of hours, but
no, I'll still be here in the morning. Like,
no, you got to take the next shift.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here to send everyone to sleep. So you want me to go with the interesting stuff. I'm going to wind it down for Kent, so Fiona gets some sleep at some point.
Yeah, she's been a bit busy in the chat room, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Brilliant. It's been more entertaining than Oh, sorry. I
More
forgot.
entertaining than the
Oh. No, do you know what? She's never done it before. Have you, darling?
It's cool.
New to you. Not
Vicky, shush.
Do you know what? That follows me everywhere.
I've had farts like that.
Who's the customer?
I really want a video camera edit of someone just ringing the door and going, Kent Spong, can you tell me what's wrong? And it's gotta be.
Yeah, I had it. What was the? I can't. It was about 2 weeks ago. Guy comes to the door with I think it was the Elka guy. Doorbell goes, dogs barking, usual thing. Open the door and he's standing there with his mask on and he goes, Ken Spong, can you tell me what's wrong? I was like, oh, you saw the show.
My work here is done.
Yes.
You are the jingle king.
But next door, the woman next door was just getting her shopping out of the car and she looked over and she was like, bloody mad.
On that wonderful note, I'm going to say goodnight to you all. Sorry, Icky. And I will see you on Friday.
See you tomorrow night.
Yeah.
We're going to go on Thursday. Me and Inky are going to learn the NPC on Thursday on Twitch, so I'll send you a mail. But,
cool.
It's a link then.
Ooh,
Definitely.
nice.
I want to know how to.
He's going to teach me how to make my NPC work. All right, guys and girls. Thanks.
Take care, mate.
Yeah, done.
See you later.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I really should learn how to use that NPCX.
Seeing you spent so much money on it.
Well,
It's a brilliant thing, but it's very in depth. I mean, you can basically layer. So I really wanted the mod wave, is it? Or the cork thing, the 4 layers. But then after about 40 minutes of real gas and realization, I went in there and went, I can do this on an NPC. You've got 4 layers of kind of infinite. We're going to get disc streaming, so infinite layers of whatever sample you want to put and manipulate those individual samples
right
on any level. So you've got a mod wave. Is it a mod wave? No, wave state.
Wave state, yeah.
No, the mod wave is like the vector think that I really want, that Dom's got, that I'm going to borrow. So it's really in depth, but again, it is learning it. I mean, I picked it up when it first came out, and I have an Akai Force, which I bought after that. I don't use Ableton, and I don't understand it to this day, because I go back to what you know. You go back to the workflow that works for you, and you're happy with it with certain stuff. And it's really great. You don't look for another solution. If you need that sound, you don't look for I might need a guitar, okay. I might need another synth. Research, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think the main problem that I discovered is I took it out of the box, I put it down, I plugged it all in, called up everything, looking around. Oh, this is a really nice piece of kit, but what have I bought it for? What have I bought it to do? As opposed to, because I've done this classic, bought it because I think I should have one, and have not prepared myself ahead of time, like the big dickhead I am, of what it is I'm going to do with it.
To be fair, a man in your position, I'm not sure if you're using like speakers or, well, I'm not sure why you would buy it, except it's fun. And wanting a unit to, in my opinion, to rule one unit. But in my position, I was working on the door. I was doing music for film and TV. I kind of liked it, but got bored of it. Hated the door. And I want to go back to some licensed DJing. So I got some DJ decks my 1210s revamped. I bought a new mixer, and then I started DJing old records, and I thought, well, I've got to master them. And then I thought, well, surely there's a device out there I could make something on. Flow from one tune to another as a DJ.
Yeah.
And that's when I looked at like Pioneer stuff, and then these MPCs came out. I'd never seen an MPC. And that kind of worked until I realised you don't actually need to be DJing between two items. So for a long time I thought I might need to duplicate items and DJ between them.
Yeah.
But there are workarounds, so you don't need to duplicate everything. But it's more whether you get on with the flow. But it's a door in a box. I don't need a computer.
No.
I mean, if I had a computer, that'd be great. But then there's extra risks if you ever go live. I'm not a big fan of computers, let's say.
Yeah.
iPads may be different. I've never, but a door in a box, a dedicated door in a box, I kind of like that idea. It's not giving me Facebook. It's just
not yet.
Yeah.
There's a plug-in for that.
It's not that thing. I mean, I think Mark Doty said Windows was great. It kept pinging while he was on stage, and he couldn't turn it off. And it's that kind of.
Yeah.
I like dedicated things. I like things that are going to do what I want them to do. So if I'd gone down the Ableton and the push and getting a couple of computers, maybe that's a lot of money that might not be supported in 5 years' time. Whereas I get an MPC and it will definitely work and does what it does now and more since I bought it 4 years ago or whatever.
Yeah.
Then it always will. It will never be dependent on that update. I go, I need Google Update, but then I've just lost everything on the machine.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. I'm not a rich person, so I like to invest my money on things that will work in the future musically. If you get me? The computer's secondary.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, I was having a bit of a financial meltdown, I think. I go, I've got £1,500 to spend. What can I spend it on? Let's see. Oh, that looks nice. I'll have that. So...
I'm sorry, I'm so guilty. I'm responsible for that.
No, not... Well, the thing was, I did fancy the idea of trying out to see if I could do a bit of looping as a creative tool rather than actually a production one, and messing around using that as a sequencer or something of that nature, just to try out something different
do live
from a different angle.
You need to know a special hack, which is you have to ghost. So all the sample triggers you have to ghost and trigger without any samples in them. Then you live loop them and dedicate them to a pad that's already looping with no sound on. And it's a hack that about 5 of us took a couple of years to find. So, we were discussing this. As a live looper, you need hacks. But as a one-take-out machine with a keyboard, it's a possibility not with the X, but with something like a controller. I've been mapping a controller to it. So I live in Cornwall. Nowhere in Cornwall is going to pay me enough to take most of my synths out. Nowhere. Whereas I could go probably doing a free gig with an MPC Live, a controller. For instance, I have 2 MPC Live. I could risk one a keyboard, a controller, and pretty much rig it up with maybe 2 or 3 synths that I can manage to carry. Because otherwise, you know, we forget you need friends with vans and someone to look after the van while you unlift the van. You know, it all takes time. But me building No Mates in Cornwall, I'm like an MPC Live, a controller, and a keyboard. That could get me started till maybe my kid leaves home and I can move back to the northwest.
So, Ken,
Yes,
I have a plan for you before I go.
Right.
For how to determine whether this NPC fits into your life.
Go on.
And here's how it goes. You're going to give yourself 2 days. You're going to give yourself 1 day to be horrible at it and figure out how it works and how the things are structured and what it should be connected to in order for you to be able to make music with it and other pieces of hardware.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you're going to give yourself 1 whole day after you've satisfied yourself that you've at least got some concept of the way the thing structures and the way the workflow goes. You're going to give yourself 1 more day and write a piece of music on it that will be different from any piece of music you would have written on a linear-based DAW type software synth or computer. Give yourself 1 day to be bad at it, and give yourself 1 day to write a song on it where you will be bad at it, and you'll have to forgive yourself and take your time with things, and it'll take you all day just to get like 2 or 3 sections of a song.
Can I add a preemption to that, Rich?
Yes, please.
We have to do a 2-week video course on me actually, because I know Ty has one and I know they speak every day, but they don't speak about how to use the MP6. So I have to do a 2-week hour-long course, or maybe watch mine and Dom's Twitch thing, which is pretty radical. But that
absolutely.
You can't just dive into this thing. And the NPC diary, whatever it's called, that's outdated every update. So really need to be. I can send you some people, or I can help you out, but you need to really get into it before you know whether not for you or not. Because you haven't really delved into it. You turned it on and gone, this is this is that. But you can basically make, like I said, the wave state. I really wanted the wave state. I had so much gas. And then I went, hold on, it's just 4 layers of sound. A drum program or a key program has 4 layers of any sound I want to put in it. And don't forget, on the wave state, you can't sample into it. So I can put anything on an SD card or sample into the MPC, make a wave state, put 4 effects on each layer, and effects on that layer. If you can't make some sort of sound out this device, then, you know, I'm sorry. It's just the technical terms of how to do it, obviously, like it's a door in a box.
Well, send us a link for that Twitch, because I watched that, because I'm much better watching people explain things to me rather than me getting in there and trying to figure it out myself.
You pretty much be shouting at John, left, not that left, that's your right, mate.
You have to be willing to be bad at it for a while.
Yeah.
Be prepared to suck.
I've been really good at that. It's taken me 10 minutes to find the on button on the back.
There you go. Well, now you're well on your way.
Yeah, I've got lights and everything.
Listen, forgive me, but I've got to go.
Well, I think we better wrap it up anyway, because it's.
I don't want to take anybody's thunder. I just have to go cook dinner.
Bye, Rich. It's been great meeting you.
Nice to see you, Inky.
Good to see you, Rich.
Jim and Robbie, always great, and Kent and Fiona. And Hans in the background there.
She's gone downstairs to prepare some food.
Sounds like a good plan. That's my next move too.
I'm going to do the same.
Yeah. Alrighty, cheers.
All right, guys.
Great seeing you guys.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks to everybody
pleasure,
for coming in, and the guys in the chat who are always there as ever. the good guys. So
Robbie and Kent, I've got a good idea for a suggestion for a guest for ProSynth Network.
Oh yeah,
I'll hit you up about.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. One of those guests.
Well.
Oh.
Not knowingly outwardly famous, but has worked on some fairly prolific stuff and loves.
We have Kent on, so you know.
You ever heard of the expression ballast?
Oh,
I'm the sack of wool in the corner. I'm just having a look here on my messenger to see if our friend has got back to us, Robbie.
Oh yes.
To be any good, it needs to be near the top. Let's have a look. And no.
Oh, well, we'll say we will sit on that one until we get the yes, not the yes.
Yeah, I've got the yes, but not the
yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes. And hopefully he'll bring his big tank on with him.
I need to reach out to Andrew as well, Andrew Longhurst, because he seemed like a very interesting chap. I think he'd make a very good guest.
What information do we have on this mysterious Andrew? I have never encountered this person.
I've done work for him in the past.
Yeah, he runs a company called MMO UK, and that is Multimedia something UK. And he founded this. They basically make video content for corporate whatever entertainment, and he founded it, and there's like 2 or 3 other people that are part of it. But yeah, he's worked with the great and the good, and maybe the not so good.
I loved his work. I like the way he's come round to the same kind of thing that I was thinking, that a few tools that you know well, no matter what they are, if it's software, hardware, whatever.
Yeah.
Few tools that you know well, you just put your hands on, and you feel like is an instrument is worth more than anything else in the world. I mean, we've all gone from calling our friends at the mobile phone box or asking our parents if it was after 6 to having mobile phones, and we all know the difference. But in musical instruments, it has to feel like an instrument. It has to, even if it's a new instrument. So I'm not quite like Robbie. You have an affinity and Kent to old instruments, and I don't really.
Because we're old people.
3 or 3. Sorry, no.
No, seriously, it's because we're old people. That's
yeah.
Well, I'm old too, but I don't. Apart from 12 pens, 3 3s, I don't have any affiliation or. I don't want to replicate anything. It's an old instrument, although I love their history, and I appreciate so much people like you doing this. I'm not that. Oh, well, let's end the stream on a bad one. I'm not that big a fan, so the prices have just dropped, or whatever. We're all right. Also, it's surreal. I'm in my kitchen doing this, not in the studio. It is really very surreal. But yeah, I'm not a big. I'm always. I love history. And I love people who love history, but I'm not one of them. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't think there's anything, like using old instruments, and God knows I've got a lot of them. It's not. I don't buy them or use them because they're old instruments and I want to recreate the sounds of yesteryear. I just still think they're viable instruments because they are instruments, and
I love them. They don't get around the houses. You either love something or you don't, and I think that's the key. So I have a setup, a table that I create live music on, and in those instruments I have a digitone and standard capability. I don't love it. I hate it. I will never get rid of it. But the thing is if you love it, it will work. And I think that's very kind of estimated in all our gear chat. And Matt was saying earlier about, being a bit scared to go on YouTube and release stuff. Well, I don't see YouTube as releasing stuff. That's like Bandcamp and whatever. I see YouTube as like a personal diary where you can go, yeah, I was a bit of an idiot like 4 years ago, but I'm less of an idiot now. Now, obviously, I didn't think I'd be speaking in this company when I started that with my Catch channel ID. If I'd have thought about it, I might have planned it better. But it's just a digital, for anybody out there who wants to kind of, I just think the live, your stuff and you love it and you can reach for stuff and control it in a live manner. It's kind of freeing. It's like the closest you can get to dancing, but making music.
It's all about communication, really, isn't it? Sort of connecting with an instrument and communicating how you feel through that instrument to other people. So it's whatever enables you to do that the best.
And that's why I miss playing with other people, even though I'm rubbish at technical band stuff. It's call and answer. And I think YouTube has given us that, if not in musical terms quite yet, we're getting there, but at least connecting with each other. There's been a lot. Say we might have felt quite isolated 4 years ago. I did. I thought I'd never heard of like hardware setups, and I was doing a degree, and I thought I was a lunatic because I just couldn't. We were sitting in this classroom, and everyone had headphones on, and they were looking at the computer, and it was like being in the call centre. And I was like, how can we make dance music where everyone's sitting down in the atmosphere of a call centre? And I thought I thought I was a lunatic. I didn't understand there was a thing called Hardware Jams Facebook. I didn't know that. I literally found everything by somebody else saying they're making synthesizers in there and Googling it, and then finding look, Sam, look, Mom No Computer's making a synth out of a tin can. And then I Red Bull tin can, and then I realised you could learn by YouTube. So I think this YouTube is kind of revolutionary.
Oh, it certainly made a difference. I mean, you look at I work in the not education. I train people on all sorts of different things, but we did a poll of a bunch of our partners back end of last year, and one of the questions we asked was, how do you like to learn? And we gave them all these options. So online e-learning, traditional kind of e-learning, videos, audio podcasts, classroom training, webinars. We gave them all these different options, and online learning came out on top and was no surprise. And what was also no surprise was very close second was video. People watch videos. My fucking landlord, when the front lock on the the lock on the front door, can't get my words out. The lock on the front door just fucked up basically some years ago, and he, instead of hiring a locksmith, he went to the local hardware store. He bought a lock he thought might fit. He then came around, got his phone out, went to YouTube, searched, how do I fit this lock, and basically followed the video as he was replacing my front door lock. And I'm just like,
Robbie, I've got a story about my landlord trying to fix my gas meter before video. So we're not even going there. We moved out of that.
But
we didn't pay rent.
what I'm trying to kind of point out is that, you know, this is how we learn. I mean, I don't think there'll be anybody that's watching this now, that's in the chat, that who can't say that whether it's learning a new synthesizer or installing a piece of software or you know, making toast or whatever it might be, if they don't know how to do it, they will instantly go to YouTube.
Well, literally instantly that I put that video up on how to tune a CS80, I stopped getting calls from people asking me, how do I tune a CS80?
Yeah.
And the thing was, I didn't really see it at the time, but if somebody, I get some guy phoning me up from Sweden or Norway or Germany, and the English is not perfect, and it's a scratchy call, and you're trying to listen to them, but it can take like an hour to explain to somebody how to tune the 80 and the procedures that you have to go through and which boards you start with, etc., etc. And some of them have gone on 2 hours. But that video, oh my God, what a godsend. I wish I'd thought of it years ago. You know?
But it's getting simpler than that. So I'm thinking of going back to teach 16 to 18-year-olds. And I'm like, the first lesson, homework would be, for me, have you heard of Sonic State? No? Go and watch every Sonic State video at Talk.
What Presence Network?
From one, from that, and then you don't need the degree. Don't do a degree. Do something in accounting that will back you up. Just watch Sonic State, because my degree was useless. You know what I mean? That's where it's at. The actual information from the right people. And that's so important. I can't believe how lucky I have been to find even Sonic State. I know you think that's obvious now. We're all going, well, why wouldn't you find Sonic State? But no one taught me. I found that by accident. And there's so many people out there that just don't know that exists. It's crazy.
It's all about the Google foo, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to have to go anyway. Thank you so much,
Jim,
for having us.
buddy.
Really enjoyed it.
All right.
Cheers, Lisa.
Well, we'll wrap it up anyway, because I desperately need something to eat. And I'll tell you what, to coin your phrase, Robbie, I can hear one of the dogs downstairs chopping wood.
Yes.
So, whatever that. What does it mean anyway, while we're at it?
What?
The expression.
I think I first heard that. Do you remember Jimmy Jones, the comedian? The young ones won't remember him. He was a blue comedian from the 1970s who released lots of records, but never went on TV because he never wanted to compromise his act. Today he would be he wasn't Bernard Manning, but he was getting close. And he had this thing where he said, yeah, my wife's waiting for me downstairs chopping firewood. And I think it was just this thing like, you know, she's downstairs and she's like, you know, she wants to get her anger out, so she's chopping firewood instead of hacking her husband to death. So that's where that came from. But yeah, Jimmy Jones. Wow.
Well,
there
you go.
All right, and Smeaghead.
Oh, yes. Smeag. Yep. Be a load of Americans going, what?
Yep. No, actually, it's big in America, isn't it?
Is it big in America now?
I think so, yeah.
I did kind of like it when it was niche.
Yeah.
You know?
Before it went on Dave.
Yeah. Have you read any of the books? They're pretty good as well.
No.
Yeah.
Are they written by the same guy?
Yeah.
Was it, what's his name? Nye?
Rob Naylor or something?
Oh, that's Grant Naylor. Grant Naylor.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
So, really good. Really good. Much better than the actual series in many respects.
Really?
Very Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy kind of thing.
We're talking of comedies. There's a radio series called Cabin Pressure. Are you aware of it?
No.
No.
You know, John Fillamore, comedian. He's more a writer. But it's him and it's about 2 airline pilots and what they get up to. And one of the guys is Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, really?
Excellent.
Before he was famous, but this thing made him famous. And it's it really is brilliant. If you can catch it, grab it. It's good. It is very good. Highly recommend it.
Wagyu said Doug Naylor wrote recent
Oh,
series.
do you know, you Wagyu.
Yeah. So it's
Point to Wagyu.
On live on air. Sorry. Can we just call Wagyu live on air? He's got 50 plus guitars, over 100 synths.
He won't come on.
He is.
Trust us, we asked him.
He is King Wagyu, right? Get your camera out, as we're not going to believe you actually exist, and we're all going to send you to Coventry to hell forever.
No, I think he's actually a bot. He's
He's not a person. He's an idea.
So, in my defence, I think we said Grant Naylor, didn't we? It's actually Rob Grant and Doug Naylor. So we kind of got it.
Oh, yeah, half there.
I was being economical. I was just like using one name and the other name and just putting them together. So,
Simon Garfunkel.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Who is Simon Garfunkel?
So, what have we learnt this evening? Nothing really.
We can stream from our kitchen on our phone without looking like a. Yeah, we could stream.
Well, I suppose now more people know that I'm mentally unstable and can glue myself to patios. So
we can testiculate for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's the easy bit.
Yeah.
This is boring. We've got this thing.
Well, I've always been very free with my testiculars. So.
Don't stop me now.
Right.
Well, enjoy your supper.
Guys. Enjoy yourselves.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I
See you
didn't really know
Sonic
how
State
this was
tomorrow.
going to work out, honestly. I thought it was
really
just
good
going to be
fun.
some sort of clusterfuck, but it's actually been...
It's better than watching Solder Dry.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
and
Ooh,
some of the
for that.
shows that Fiona watches, it's like, oh, God. She's watching Jonathan Creek again.
Again? Oh, God, it's bad enough the first time.
But one after the other.
Hold on. It was all right the first time. But if you're watching it for the 15th.
Oh, she's been watching it many times. Over and over. Aren't you, darling? Uh-oh, she turned up.
She's staring at you.
Like, she didn't know she heard. Yeah.
Right.
Her ears were burning. All right, guys. Take care and look
Have a
after
good evening.
Bye.
See ya.
Don't forget to watch the ProSynth Network on Fridays.
Oh, yeah. Martin
7
Ware.
o'clock. Be there or be square.
Oh, and maybe have a listen to Drift.radio tomorrow at 7. If you if loose end.
Oh,
Cool.
okay.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool. We'll have some of that.
The show. Cool.
All right, guys and girls.
All right.
Nice one.
Take care.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye, Fiona. Bye, Ken. Bye, Rob. Bye, Lisa.
Bye.
Take care, mate. Look after yourselves.
See ya.